Chapter 2459 Slumber. After the battle at Six Desires Heaven, nearly all the top figures at Jinshan Temple had been killed or wounded. For the time being, no one bothered chasing down Yi Futian. Previously, Jinshan Temple wanted to apprehend Yi Futian because of the divine body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, and the divine items that were in his possession. However, after that battle, everyone witnessed Yi Futian's resolution. The divine body self-destructed and exploded, turning into an endless domain world of path obliteration. The divine body was no more. Furthermore, it was pointless to continue plotting for the inheritance that Yi Futian had inherited from the great emperors. The determination that Yi Futian displayed made them realize that even if Yi Futian were to be taken, it would be difficult to force him to submit. Therefore, continuing to go after Yi Futian would get them nothing. However, Saint Jinshan was a cultivator of Buddhism who held exceptionally high status in the Western world. If Yi Futian were to really fall into the hands of certain people, it was probably something that would not bother him much. After all, without the divine body, Yi Futian's strength would be greatly limited. He would no longer pose a threat to those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. At the same time, this battle also introduced those in the Western world to a cultivator from Divine Prefecture. He was a white-haired genius talent who had also caused an uproar in the original realm. However, everything happening in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with Yi Futian at the moment. He had not yet awakened from his deep slumber. Obviously, the trauma he had suffered this time was unprecedented. Even at his current realm, and the strength of his spiritual soul could hardly bear the impact he received, so he had been in a deep sleep ever since. Time passed little by little. Although the influence of that battle remained, it was not talked about as much as time went on. However, the rush remained the same in Six Desires Heaven, as cultivators in the Western world were constantly going there. They wanted to bear witness to that domain world of path obliteration created by the self-destruction of the divine body. It had attracted the interest of everyone, especially those cultivators who were mighty and powerful. The divine body self-destructed, forming a domain space of its own. It had actually created an independent space between heaven and earth, which seemed totally incompatible with this place. Furthermore, no one dared to enter it lightly, as their power of the great path could be easily wiped out. After feeling the power within the domain of path obliteration, everyone couldn't help but think of Saint Jinshan. In that battle, what kind of terrifying scenario did the cultivators from Jinshan Temple experience? According to rumors, the lord of Jinshan Temple, Saint Jinshan, did not perish. The news came from Jinshan Temple, so it should be reliable. There was no better entity to judge the well-being of Saint Jinshan than Jinshan Temple. However, he had not gone back to the temple either. Anyone who felt the aura of destruction in this domain understood that even if Saint Jinshan survived, he probably did so at a great cost. He would probably not be returning to Jinshan Temple for the foreseeable future and would do well to conceal his whereabouts. In the meantime, many cultivators had gone to Jinshan Temple and were openly staying there, waiting. Saint Jinshan aside, Yi Futian was no better than the other man at the moment. Upon the ancient peak, there was a structure at the edge of the cliff. It was extremely quiet, and a beautiful goddess was sitting there silently. Behind her, a white-haired figure laid without movements or sound, but a breath of life could be detected flowing upon his body. Even though Yi Futian had fallen into a deep sleep, this life force seemed to automatically nourish his body and spiritual soul. Gradually, signs of life slowly appeared on Yi Futian's face. Hua Jiu clearly remembered that after the battle, Yi Futian had almost fallen into a deadly slumber. Only a mysterious force maintained his weakened vitality, which was associated with Yi Futian's superior ability in self-healing. Hua Jiu also knew a lot about this and knew how tenacious Yi Futian's life force could be. Therefore, although she was worried, she firmly believed that Yi Futian would eventually get better He could heal himself. It was only a matter of time. As time passed, in a blink of an eye, it had already been 2 years since Yi Futian and the others arrived in the Western world. Yi Futian had thought that this trip would not have taken them long, but he did not expect that he would still be in a coma 2 years after they arrived in the Western world, not yet ready to wake up. In the courtyard upon the ancient peak, a figure stepped forward. She glanced at the woman in front of her and the figure lying quietly there and whispered, "His aura of life has already returned to its fullness. How come he has not woken yet?" The one who was asking was Hua Qingqing. Hua Jiu turned her head to glance at Yi Futian. At this time, Yi Futian was completely covered by the aura of life, and there were even currents of the great path that surrounded him. His breath of life had been completely restored, but still he was deep in his slumber. Shaking her head gently, Hua Jiu whispered in a low voice, "His breath of life is restored, so he should be fine." Perhaps he was still sleeping because his spiritual soul has not yet fully recovered. Ultimately, it was the power of his spiritual soul that he consumed in that battle. "Maybe it is developing in a better direction," Hua Qingqing said softly, and Hua Jiu nodded. It was possible. Perhaps after such a tremendous consumption of his power, if Yi Futian fully recovered, with his tenacity, he might have gotten stronger. His life spirit had always had an unimaginable resilience that was almost frightening. How about the young ones? Did they go down the mountain again? Hua Jiu asked. The young ones she was referring to included Feng Siyuan and Little Ling. After settling down here for a while, the 4 of them would often go down the mountain and walk around the city. The influence of that battle waned, and almost no one knew about them, at least not in the great Brahma heaven where they were at. Hua Qingqing nodded. They are still so young, and it was understandable that they can't stay put like us. The trip they took down the mountain was also for the sake of experience. Wasn't that the original reason for bringing them here? Uncle Tai is with them, so nothing will happen. In this city, Uncle Tai's cultivation is sufficient to keep them safe. Hua Qingqing continued. Hua Jiu nodded in agreement. The 4 youngsters treated her as their mistress, with respect. They saw her as their own elder, which she could clearly feel. Now the group was like family, and she started seeing those 4 little ones as her own. In fact, all 4 of them were in the realm of Renhuang, so nothing could really happen to them. Therefore, there was no need to worry about them wandering around. "Qingqing, it's just that your business is going to be delayed again." Hua Jiu looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "This trip to the Western world was meant for Hua Qingqing. But who knew that they would encounter a series of troubles in 6 desires heaven? They had no choice in any of them. Now that 2 years had passed, they had no idea how long it would take for them to complete the original objective of this trip. No matter, there was no telling how long my business will take, so it doesn't matter if it's not yet completed. As long as I can stay by your side, it is enough," Hua Qingqing said with a smile, and her smile seemed to put those around her at ease. "Since he came to the Western world, this thing must be done, of course," Hua Jiu responded. She looked at Yi Futian's sleeping figure and whispered, "He should be waking up soon, too." Chapter 2460, All Buddha's Calendar. Over the past few days, the great Brahma heaven had been inordinately lively. It seemed as if it was in anticipation of something celebratory. Lanterns were hung up by everyone in the city, and all of them had a Buddha lamp lit within the lantern, with the word Buddha engraved on the outside of the lantern. Numerous cultivators from the great Brahma heaven were also visiting places like temples on this day, and the entire great Brahma heaven was filled with a special atmosphere. Gradually, there was less and less talk about the battle that happened 2 years ago in 6 desires heaven. It was as if another major event was about to occur, which would drown out all the rippling effects of that battle. In a tavern in the great Brahma heaven, many cultivators came and went, drinking and chatting. A group of 4 people was sitting somewhere here. These 4 were very young in age, but their temperaments were extraordinary. It was Yi Futian's 4 disciples, Feng Siyuan, Little Ling, Tai Tu, and Duo Yu, the 4 of them. They were very quiet at this time. They didn't speak much, but were more interested in listening. They were fascinated by the things discussed by the people around them. All Buddha's fest. Feng Siyuan's eyes moved around, finding this new subject somewhat interesting. He didn't expect that there would be such a festival in the Western world. And according to their understanding, all Buddha's fest only happened once every 100 years and sometimes lasted for 100 days. It was in remembrance of the Lord of all Buddhas. Once upon a time, the Lord of all Buddhas was enlightened under the Bodhi tree and started spread his faith in the Western world. He was honored as the Lord of all Buddhas. He traveled all over the Western world to spread Buddhism's teachings and bring light to those living within the world, which contributed to the prosperity of the Western world today. To commemorate the Lord of all Buddhas, subsequently, later generations decided on an All Buddhas Fest, held once every 100 years. During All Buddhas Fest, no cultivators in the Western world were allowed to kill or even fight, as blood was forbidden. At the same time, Buddhists would be traveling to all corners of the Western world during these 100 days, preaching and imparting Buddhist doctrines and teaching people to do good. In other words, during the 100 days of All Buddhas Fest, the endless Western world would enter into a period of absolute peace and become an ideal world. It was without killing, plundering, or conquest. Otherwise, they would be dealt with by Buddhist justice. Moreover, the All Buddhas Fest this time was different from all prior times and would be even grander. This year would not only be ushering in the All Buddhas Fest, which was held once every 100 years, but also the 10,000 years on the All Buddhas calendar. In other words, the end of All Buddhas Fest would be the beginning of the 10,000th year on the All Buddhas calendar. Such scene of prosperity had hardly ever been experienced in anyone's lifetime. Precise because of this, even though the great Brahma heaven was not the center of Buddhism, the atmosphere of joy was thick in the air. Everyone was getting ready to welcome the onset of All Buddhas Fest. All Buddhas Fest is here. What about the thing that Master wanted to do? Little Ling murmured. All killing was prohibited during All Buddhas Fest, so a recurrence of something like what happened before would be absolutely forbidden. As soon as All Buddhas Fest was here, the Master could do what he wanted to do. This was an opportunity. Feng Siyuan thought of it as well. Although they didn't know exactly what the teacher intended to do, they had some general idea of where they needed to be. No doubt, All Buddhas Fest would be a good opportunity. But right now, the Master was still in a slumber and hadn't awakened. If he couldn't make it in time, that could be a problem. What happens if someone breaks the rules during All Buddhas Fest? Duoyu asked. His voice was tinged with a coldness. Many people next to them looked their way when they heard him and looked at Duoyu as if he was a total idiot. These people seemed to have no idea about the history of Buddhism. Once upon a time, a Buddha lord above the Western heaven violated the commandments. Later, he died in the parinirvana, otherwise known as the Great Entrance into perfect rest, as a warning to future generations. That Buddha lord at the time was one of the top 10 Buddha lords in Western heaven. A cultivator next to him said indifferently, which caused Feng Siyuan and the others to feel a slight concern. Duoyu nodded slightly on the side, taking it all in. What if someone was trying to harm me, but I resisted and killed the instigator? Duoyu continued, wanting to clarify the situation. He sensed that this All Buddhas Fest would be an opportunity for his master. If the master did not wake up, they could assist the masteress to do what the master wanted to accomplish. And this matter seemed to have something to do with the masteress and Hua Qingqing. Not guilty in that case, the person next to him responded. Duoyu nodded in return, thank you. He didn't ask anything anymore because now he had some basic understanding of All Buddhas Fest rules. Your temperaments are extraordinary. Conceivably, you must be from an exceptional clan at your level of cultivation. You should have known about these things." Next to them, a fair-looking man in white played with his cup with a smile and said, "So, may I ask where are you from?" The rest of the people inside the tavern realized this as well. These 4 people had a superior temperament. They definitely were unusual. But the rules of all Buddha's fest were indeed common knowledge, known to all Buddhist cultivators. Even young people would have heard about it. These people didn't seem to know anything, which was very strange. Fong Siyuan showed alertness in his eyes when he heard the man's question. He thought that this person was pretty sharp. He smiled and replied, "The 4 of us have been following our master to cultivate in solitude since we were kids. It wasn't until recently that we have been coming out a little more in the world. It was not so strange that we are unfamiliar about some of the things in the world." And he was not lying. Indeed, they had been cultivating in isolation. In Four Corner Village, they didn't know much about anything. Even the divine prefecture was a strange entity to them, never mind the Buddhist Western world. This is a coincidence, then. Previously, I was also cultivating with my master away from worldly disturbances and only stepped into the world not long ago myself, precisely because of the arrival of all Buddha's fest. If you have just come to this world, you should have some understanding of the fest and not be completely ignorant of it. Moreover, you seem to be very interested in all Buddha's fest, enough to make inquiries. Could it be that your clan is also unfamiliar with all Buddha's fest? The man in white continued. His face was fair, but with a strangely wicked attraction. He appeared to be about 30 years of age, but appeared quite unfathomable. Fong Siyuan and his little group were a little annoyed now. This man's tone was getting to be a little too aggressive. "What's it to you?" Little Ling replied coldly, but Fong Siyuan asked instead. "Our elders have not mentioned it to us. Presumably, they knew that we would be asking around and didn't think it necessary. Is there a problem with that?" The man in white smiled as he took a sip of wine, but then he put down the cup and turned to face them, looking at Fong Siyuan's table. In an instant, a terrible golden ray gleamed from his eyes, and the light of Buddha was shining. Those eyes of his seemed to be able to see through everything. And this one glance caused the faces of the 4 youngsters to change suddenly. They sensed currents of the great path were flowing all around them, and it was a special kind of great path, their own path of cultivation. Buddha's clairvoyance. The cultivators in the tavern were astounded when they saw the sight before them. The eyes of the man in white seemed to have turned into the eyes of Buddha, capable of seeing through everything. Any cultivator would have nowhere to hide in front of those eyes. It was him. Everyone could think of only one person, and their hearts were uneasy. Chapter 2461, Aggressor. Zhu Ho was a disciple from the Zhu family, one of the top principalities in Jianan City in the great Brahma heaven. Zhu Ho had shown unparalleled talent since he was a child and was sent to the holy land of Buddhism to cultivate. He was the only cultivator in Jianan City to be selected by the Buddhist sect. Although he was not often seen in Jianan City, the cultivation world of Jianan City knew him very well. Now he seemed to have returned. It must be on account of the All Buddha's Fest. All Buddha's Fest was the premier grand event in the Buddhist world. It was not surprising for Zhu Ho to come back home at this time. Indeed, Zhu Ho had completed his cultivation of the Buddha's clairvoyance, which was a most supernatural ability in the world of Buddhism. It enabled its cultivator to see through everything, including the types of cultivation practiced by the others. At this moment, Zhu Ho's heavenly eyes fixed on the 4 cultivators, still surrounded by the light of Buddha. Fong Siyuan and the other 3 stood up at the same time, looking at Zhu Ho, quite displeased. However, Zhu Ho didn't seem to care. He was still sitting there quietly. It seemed as if he was not aware of any of it. "Natural hidden ways," Zhu Ho muttered to himself, still staring at the 4 of them. He continued, "Jianan City is not one of the top cities in the great Brahma heaven for cultivation. It was not surprising that the sudden appearance of 4 cultivators with natural hidden ways piqued my curiosity. What clan are you from, and what is it exactly? Where are the 4 of you coming from? Feng Xiyuan and the others were more than stunned. Zhu Ho's eyes were so sharp and ruthless that he saw the 4 of them were born with the way. They cultivated in the village and were indeed born with the hidden way. Later they received tutelage from the teacher himself in cultivation. It was true they were extraordinary, far beyond those common cultivators. It could be said that the conditions of their cultivation were unparalleled, hence Zhu Ho's realization of just how exceptional they were. Under the Buddha's clairvoyance, he could see that they had natural hidden ways about them. "We have to go now," Feng Xiyuan said coldly. As soon as his voice faded, he glanced at the other 3 and turned around to leave. Feng Xiyuan was, by nature, passionate and impulsive. He was prone to mischief in the village when he was younger. Although he was of age now, his personality did not change much. However, now was not the time to do anything stupid, and the last thing he wanted was to provoke someone and cause more trouble for his master. The others understood and followed Feng Xiyuan to leave. However, an aura of the Great Path fell directly on them, as several Renhuang intercepted them in different directions and sealed the tavern shut. Zhu Ho sat there quietly. He continued to drink his cup of wine. His manner was light and breezy. Feng Xiyuan turned to look at him and said, "We don't know each other, so there is no need to act like this." "But I am interested in the 4 of you," Zhu Ho responded. He stood up and walked toward the 4 of them. "The 4 of you know nothing of all Buddha's fest, yet you were born with natural hidden ways, each with different abilities with independent elements that may not come from the same discipline. I assure you, I am quite curious about the 4 of you." Outside the tavern, a blind man was working his way in the direction of the tavern from a distance. It was Blind Tai, of course. But at this moment, there was another middle-aged man who emerged in front of him. This middle-aged man exuded a horrific aura as the currents of the Great Path continuously flowed all over his body. He was watching Blind Tai with extreme alarm, but his realm was about the same as his opponent, the pinnacle of Renhuang. He got in front of Blind Tai. Obviously, he was the cultivator who was secretly protecting Zhu Ho, just like Blind Tai was keeping Feng Xiyuan and the other 3 youngsters out of trouble. Feng Xiyuan and the others knew that Blind Tai had been intercepted. Clearly, the identity of this man in white was more than meets the eye. "What do you want to do?" Feng Xiyuan turned his head and asked the man in white. "I don't want to do anything. It is purely out of curiosity that I want to see who you are and where you come from." The man in white stood up, inspecting the 4 with those heavenly eyes. An invisible storm of the Great Path blew up in the tavern. Instantly, everything in the tavern was shattered into nothingness. The cultivators inside evacuated quickly to get out of their way. Soon, the only ones left were the man in white and the cultivators behind him, as well as Feng Xiyuan and his companions. Feng Xiyuan and the others had a displeased look on their faces, just for pure curiosity. This didn't make any sense. With the onset of all Buddha's fest, the world of Buddhism would usher in a period of absolute peace. Even those cultivators with long-standing grievances would not be able to act for quite a while. Therefore, right before all Buddha's fest, the world of Buddhism would often experience a period of chaos, with many people hasten to resolve disputes or to act capriciously. Once all Buddha's fest arrived, there would be a long period of time for things to settle down. As for Zhu Ho, he was beyond certain that these 4 were no cultivators from Jianan City. It was rare to see 4 great cultivators who were born with the natural hidden way. It was natural for him to want to take a closer look. When Buddha's clairvoyance was released, his eyes suddenly became more petrifying. He seemed to see through everything, and once again his eyes were directed at the 4 of them. When these eyes locked onto theirs, Feng Xiyuan and his companions felt a prickly pain in their own eyes, as if the heavenly eyes had pierced their eyes, to penetrate their consciousnesses to spy on their cultivation. Boom! The four exploded with the power of the great path at the same time. Their bodies levitated into the air with force. Zhu Ho was too audacious, blatantly spying on them without reservation. Naturally, they could not sit here and waiting for him to pick them off. I saw divine methods. You have the inheritance of the great emperor hidden on you. Zhu Ho's eyes were particularly frightening. Just now he seemed to have seen some imageries in his mind, and just as he had thought, these four youths had unusual origins. At this moment, Zhu Ho's eyes were growing solemn. His body slowly elevated into the air, and his white robes fluttered as his eyes fixed on the four. Divine light radiated out of those terrifying eyes again, looking at Feng Siyuan and his companions. Boom! At this time in the distant space, a great war suddenly erupted. It was Blind Tai who acted. Although he couldn't see, he couldn't be more clear about everything that was happening around him. Zhu Ho's realm was considerable. He was a cultivator in the realm of Middle Rinhuang. Feng Siyuan and the others wouldn't be able to counter him effectively. More importantly, the ability that Zhu Ho cultivate was dangerous and mystifying. He possessed the Buddhist method of Buddha's clairvoyance, so he could spy on everything and enter their consciousnesses. If he was allowed to succeed, it would be too detrimental to the four youngsters and may have an unfortunate effect on their future cultivation. However, the strength of the cultivator who blocked Blind Tai's attack was also menacingly tyrannical. He was a cultivator from Zhu Ho's clan, an expert in many Buddhist methods, with amazing defensive power. He was able to intercept Blind Tai's attack outright, so that Blind Tai was unable to break through his defense to help Feng Siyuan and the others. Zhu Ho did not look over there. He was suspended in midair, continued to regard at the four. A pair of gigantic eyes suddenly appeared in the void, shutting down this corner of the sky immediately and turning it into a world of pupil, just as if the world now was the heavenly eye itself. These gigantic eyes that appeared in the void looked at Feng Siyuan and his group. Suddenly, the auras of the great path upon the four of them were completely exposed. Elusive currents of the great path now turned into shadows and were revealed. A miniature world appeared around Feng Siyuan. Doors of space appeared around Little Ling. A divine shadow holding a divine hammer stood behind Tai Tu, and a pair of horrific eyes of reincarnation appeared behind Duo Yu. Chapter 2462. Waking Up. Zhu Ho had a satisfying look in his eyes when he saw the images before him. He said in a low voice, "It's truly incredible. Tell me now who's your master and where you are from." Buzz. Feng Siyuan's figure was gone in a flicker. Spatial divine lights appeared in the void, approaching Zhu Ho with all due speed. However, even those spatial lights, nearly invisible, could not escape the heavenly eyes, which saw everything with ultra-clarity. Feng Siyuan's every movement seemed to be magnified and in slow motion. None of them had escaped Zhu Ho's awareness. Zhu Ho raised his hand, and a massive golden Buddhist palm seal blasted out, passing through those spatial divine lights. It landed on Feng Siyuan with precision. A deafening bang was heard as the attack came through in front of Feng Siyuan. The palm seal penetrated the protective shield around Feng Siyuan, seeping inside the miniature world. It then slammed on Feng Siyuan directly. The momentum knocked Feng Siyuan back a few steps. The light was shining brightly in the space. Feng Siyuan returned directly to the place he was before. He made a muffled groan. Blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. The power of space seemed to be completely futile under the heavenly eyes, as nothing could be hidden. More importantly, their opponent had the advantage of a much higher realm, a gap that was impossible to rectify. It was simply inconceivable for Feng Siyuan to get any closer and injure his opponent under these circumstances. As a result, he was repelled readily enough by a single blow. Zhu Ho's gaze fell on Feng Siyuan, and a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. Those born with the natural hidden ways are truly full of surprises. The body is the body of the great path, indescribably elusive. It was difficult to capture were it not for the Buddha's clairvoyance. He was fascinated by the abilities of these people. Duoyu took a step forward. Those eyes of his were extremely frightening. These were the eyes of reincarnation. Zhu Ho seemed to detect it quickly, though. Under the Buddha's clairvoyance, those massive eyes in the void fixed on Duoyu, looking through the illusions he was creating. Unfortunately, hallucinations and the eye of reincarnation are quite useless here. Zhu Ho's eyes were strange and wicked-looking. If the young man in front of him possessed equal cultivation as him, perhaps the eye of reincarnation could be a threat to him, but the gap was simply too great to pose any threat. Duoyu felt a sharp pain in his eyes. As he disengaged the eye of reincarnation, he shut both eyes tightly. Little Ling and Tai Tu still attempted to make a move, but Fong Siyuan held them back with his hand. He looked at Zhu Ho and said, "Why are you so unrelenting?" But Zhu Ho didn't much care about Fong Siyuan's objection, nor his inquiry, for that matter. His body was suspended in the sky, surveying the land below, as that pair of heavenly eyes still floated in midair. They turned this space into eye sorcery zone. "If you refuse to provide an explanation yourself, you leave me no choice," said Zhu Ho. He then stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fong Siyuan and the other three. A massive and boundless Buddhist palm seal smashed down at them, grabbed towards Little Ling first. Doors of space appeared all around Little Ling. She walked into one as her figure disappeared right where she was. But none of this escaped the heavenly eyes floating above them. A gigantic palm seal cupped in another direction. And just as Little Ling was walking out of another door of space, she walked right into the palm. It grabbed her and took her high up into the sky. Little Ling. The expression of the other three changed quickly to panic. Tai Tu was on the move first, but then a terrifying divine shadow appeared behind him, holding the divine hammer of the protector and blasting it down, rocking this corner of the sky. A terrifying boom sound came out as the divine hammer of the protector sought to destroy the space and take aim at Zhu Ho. "You have no idea who you are dealing with," Zhu Ho remarked with much contempt. Likewise, a boundless and humongous figure also appeared behind him, an ancient Buddha in white, who now raised his hand to blast out a golden palm seal, smashed right on the hammer that was falling on him. The rumbling sound of pure trepidation came out as the space was shaking in its aftershocks. The divine hammer of the protector failed to do anything to the giant palm seal from the ancient Buddha in white. "Go!" Zhu Ho spat forcefully, and suddenly there was a violent roar in the void. Many gigantic palm seals were now blasting out like endless waves of a tsunami. They overwhelmed the void, knocked the hammer back, then slammed right on Tai Tu with decided ferocity. As Tai Tu's body flew back with fierce backward momentum, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fong Siyuan and Duoyu also released their expertise in successive attacks, but Zhu Ho took absolutely no notice. With a wave of his hand, thousands of Buddhist palm seals blasted out, sheltering the sky and cleared out all the space. In a blink of an eye, all three of them were injured in that powerful attack and forced to retreat. Faced with absolute realm advantage, Fong Siyuan and his companions had no way of asserting the true scope of their strengths. Whether they were born with natural hidden ways, cultivated in divine methods, or instructed by deities, none made any difference. The gap between their realms was irreparable. In this great path domain, fierce roars of battle cries could be heard as the battles raged on. Blind Tai desperately fought to gain any grounds forward, wanting to break through the defense that was hampering him so that he could render support to those youngsters. His divine consciousness penetrated the great path domain formed by the heavenly eyes and scanned inside. It was as if he could see everything that was happening. Iya! At this moment, a long, sustained whistle was heard. It was the sound uttered by some demonic beast. Blind Tai's divine consciousness went to that side and perceived the golden divine light that broke through the clouds and mist in the sky behind them. It was the golden winged roc, and several figures were riding on the back of the roc. The man in the lead was clad in pure white with white hair, unparalleled beyond words. Sensing this, Blind Tai retracted much of his aura. Finally he woke up. Now that he was here, the situation at hand would be resolved in no time. The golden-winged roc swooped down as a golden light broke through the space, aiming directly at that area of the great path. With a loud bang, that area of the great path was penetrated through and split wide open, suddenly exposing the battlefield within. Zhu Ho muffled a groan as his body was repelled back involuntarily. The expression on his face changed slightly as he looked at the huge divine bird that appeared and the figures that were standing on the back of the divine bird. Master! Fang Xiyuan and Tai Tu's eyes lit up when they saw the figure on the back of the divine bird. Their master had finally woken up from his slumber and come to their rescue just in time. Master! Zhu Ho looked at the figure on the back of the divine bird, frowning slightly, and a touch of coldness instantly flashed through his eyes. A cultivator walked out from behind him and got in front of Zhu Ho, who still had little Ling in his clutches. He was worried that the other party would suddenly unleash fatal attacks on Zhu Ho. Buzz! A light suddenly lit up on the back of the divine bird, and bright light instantly illuminated all over this space. Many had to close their eyes immediately because the light was so blinding that they could see nothing but the light. Under this light, there was a sound that came out, and Zhu Ho's expression suddenly changed. When the light disappeared, the humongous palm seal was shattered and fell from the sky, and the figure that he was holding had been brought back to the back of the divine bird already. The method of light. There was slight disbelief in Zhu Ho's eyes. These cultivators were far too mysterious. The 4 youngsters were all born with a natural hidden way, and now there was someone who was an expert at the method of light. Who were these people? And where did they come from? Thank you, Uncle Chen. Little Ling looked at the people on the rock and whispered, Master, Masteress. As she was speaking, she kept her head bowed slightly as if she had done something wrong. She had caused this trouble for the master. Little Ling, are you okay? Yi Futian said softly with some indulgence. Little Ling shook her head, and when Yi Futian saw her reaction, he knew what she was worried about. As long as you are okay. Yi Futian smiled and rubbed her head. He then turned his attention to Zhu Ho as his eyes fell on him. Zhu Ho's heart shuddered when he saw those eyes, as he immediately sensed a strong danger lurking. Chapter 2463. The Slaughter. A Middle Ren Huang. Yi Futian glanced at Zhu Ho and said, And you think you're pretty strong, don't you? A cultivator in the realm of Middle Ren Huang, bullying for young cultivators with lower realms. Zhu Ho looked at Yi Futian and bowed slightly, saying, I am Zhu Ho of the Zhu family in Jinan City, a disciple of Buddhism. In the Western world of Buddhism, those who claimed to be disciples of Buddhism were widely believed to be the cultivators of Orthodox Buddhism. Zhu Ho obviously thought of himself as orthodoxy. He was trying to remind Yi Futian of his status as such and warning him not to act emotionally or lightly. He could feel a sense of danger exuding from Yi Futian, Chen Yi, and the others. But Yi Futian seemed not to have heard it. He raised his hand and grabbed across the void. The aura of the great path whizzed out from those in front of Zhu Ho and rushed towards Yi Futian. However, Chen Yi took a step forward, and suddenly rays of light radiated outward, immediately extinguished their power of the great path. Boom! Yi Futian's giant palm seal slammed down and took hold of Zhu Ho's body, picking him up. It was exactly what he did to little Ling before. Zhu Ho's body roared with the power of the great path, struggling to get free as he tried to rid of the giant palm seal. However, his power was no match to that of Yi Futian's. The power gap between them was even greater than the gap between little Ling and Zhu Ho. There was simply no way for him to break free. In the distance, the cultivator of the ninth realm, who had tangled up Blind Tai, now tried his best to get himself off the battlefield to support the others. But just at this moment, Blind Tai, holding the divine hammer of the protector and smashing it down, instantly the earth cracked and the sky howled, suppressing this corner of the sky entirely, not giving him a chance to extricate himself. It was just as what he had done before. It was a rather appropriate response. I am a disciple of Buddhism. Zhu Ho was struggling as he appealed to Yi Futian once more. All the surrounding figures came forward, and all of them were Ren Huang cultivators. One of them said, "We from the Zhu family of Jinan City. May we ask for your name, sir?" However, Yi Futian didn't seem to have heard any of those voices. He continued to focus on Zhu Ho and asked, "Fang Xiyuan, what was he doing to you guys before?" "Master, we were just asking about the All-Buddha's fest when he spied on us using the Buddha's clairvoyance. He then claimed that the four of us were unusual when he tried to control our movements, wanting to spy on the secrets of our cultivation," Fang Xiyuan replied. Yi Futian immediately understood all of it in his heart. He glanced at Zhu Ho. A hint of murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Buddha's clairvoyance. Spying on the secret of their cultivation. For cultivators, the secret of cultivation was not something they would divulge voluntarily. If the others wanted to pry, spy, or possess, the only way was to gain control over the four of them, which would inevitably destroy the four of them as well. Therefore, it could be said that Zhu Ho had never intended to be merciful to these four youngsters for this alone. He ought to die. Buddha's clairvoyance is a secret method not taught in Buddhism. I can see that they are extraordinary, so I inquired about their cultivation, that's all. There were no other intentions. Why turn such trivial matter into a major contention? Zhu Ho was still struggling, but his body did not move an inch. A trivial matter? Yi Futian glanced at Zhu Ho indifferently and said, "Then I guess killing you is just a trivial matter as well." Zhu Ho was taken aback when he heard Yi Futian's reply. Then he felt the hand that gripped him was increasing its pressure, and his face suddenly paled. Would this man dare to kill him? "Sir, he is an orthodox descendant of Buddhism," said a cultivator from the Zhu family. "Buddhism is known for doing good deeds in the world. He is not worthy of being an orthodox Buddhist disciple. If Buddha knew all the things he had done here today, I'm sure Buddha would want to take out this garbage himself," Yi Futian concluded with indifference. He then applied some more pressure on that outstretched hand of his. An air of death enveloped Zhu Ho now, and his face changed to one of total panic. The face of this handsome man in white was distorted and twisted at the moment. He shouted, "How dare you!" Bang! As soon as Zhu Ho's voice faded, another voice was heard. The giant palm seal clenched tight as fresh blood pouring out of it. Horrific will of the way permeated Zhu Ho's body, and the spiritual soul was erased. Die! Didn't he dare? "Now there is one less of you," Yi Futian murmured. Since coming to the Western world of Buddhism, he had felt nothing but malice. Therefore, it could be said that Yi Futian was in a real bad mood. He had just woken from a deep sleep, and the first thing he saw was Zhu Ho bullying his disciples. Yi Futian's current mood was not difficult to imagine. Zhu Ho aside, he had already slaughtered quite a few cultivators who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Even several Lord-level characters had perished because of him. Indeed, garbage like Zhu Ho would not be missed. Disciple of Buddhism. Even someone like Saint Chinchan was still status unknown and missing in action. Would Yi Futian care about his status as a Buddhist disciple? Crush and obliterate was the only answer. In the ground below, the cultivators of Jinan City felt their blood ran clawed when they witnessed the sight before them. Did he just squish Zhu Ho to death? Zhu Ho, an enchanting genius talent from Jinan City, was squished to death by Yi Futian like some insect. Perhaps even Zhu Ho himself would never have dreamed that he would die this way. If he could, he would have never provoked Fang Siyuan and the others. Because of a conflict that he instigated, it led to his own immediate death. It was a turn of events that was all too unimaginably cruel. The cultivators from the Zhu family were also stunned motionless and watched Yi Futian simply squashed Zhu Ho to death. No one could anticipate that Yi Futian would be so decisive and overbearing as to crush Zhu Ho to death without another word. They didn't even have the time to react when they saw the end of Zhu Ho. Boom, boom. A horrific atmosphere was released. All the cultivators from the Zhu family were furious when they saw Zhu Ho being slaughtered. Several top Renhuang and many upper Renhuang released their power of the Great Path at the same time, covering the sky and sheltering the sun as a frightening coercion descended from the firmament. You killed my son. You must now die. A middle-aged Renhuang in the void roared furiously. It was Zhu Ho's father, who was a cultivator of peak Renhuang. Yi Futian surveyed the crowd, his eyes cold and indifferently, his face expressionless. It's always the father's fault when the son is undisciplined. Yi Futian spat out his verdict in a cold voice when he saw the man coming at him. He then raised his hand to the sky, and instantly a divine sword penetrated through the space, regardless of the distance. The streamer of swordsmanship pierced the great path and tore through the void. The body of Zhu Ho's father, who was in mid-descend, gave a violent tremble. Then he stopped in the void as a light put a hole through his body. He looked down and saw a sword reappeared on his own chest. Suddenly, intense fear was written all over his face. No! He let out a great howl, and then his body, too, exploded and pulverized into millions of particles, turning into nothingness as he perished. Previously, when Zhu Ho was bullying Xiaoling and the others, no one seemed to bother to step in and stop it. From the perspective of the Zhu family, it must have seemed like a matter of course for no one to interfere. That being the case, for them to try to interfere now, they deserved to die. Qin Yi took a step forward. In an instant, countless rays of light appeared on his body as absolute light shrouded the boundless space, blinding everyone's eyes. For a time, this world seemed to have turned into a world of light. The light drowned out everything, including those cultivators. Those cultivators from the Zhu family who were attacking them were pierced through and through under the light. Their bodies turned into countless spots of light as their ghostly faces appeared in the void, faces that were frozen with great fear. Chapter 2464 To Western Heaven. Dead. When the light dissipated, all the cultivators who attacked Yi Futian and his people perished and were overwhelmed by the light. It was as if they had all been purified by the light. Yi Futian and his people were so terrifyingly powerful that Renhuang simply posed no threat to them. They were in such an invincible position that continuing to fight them was unthinkable. The Zhu family had borne the brunt of this catastrophe. In this city, the Zhu family was almost standing at the pinnacle of all the familial principalities. As Zhu Ho was also a cultivator of Buddhism and had acquired special Buddhism methods, this gave the Zhu family the semblance of the premier family in Jinan. Considering his background, it was not hard to understand that Zhu Ho was accustomed to behaving carelessly and with imprudence. When he saw the 4 young, unusual Renhuang within his reach, it was natural that it piqued his curiosity. And when he realized they were cultivators with natural hidden ways, his desire to get to the bottom of it was even stronger. He could never foresee the catastrophe caused by the pursuit of his unwise curiosity. No one could have known Zhu Ho's final thoughts before he died. He died so quickly that as soon as his voice faded, he had already been obliterated. Insolent creatures! A voice came from afar, reverberating as if from a giant bell. It fell from the sky like the voice of a heavenly deity. High above the sky, rays of terrifying divine lights spilt as a group of cultivators appeared above the void. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, and when they saw these exceptional figures, their hearts trembled. This was a cultivator from the great Brahma heavenly palace, the peak power of the great Brahma heaven. Zhu Ho was a candidate chosen by the great Brahma heavenly palace to cultivate Buddhism. Therefore, his return was accompanied by several cultivators from the great Brahma heaven. They could never imagine the manner of death in which Zhu Ho was slaughtered here. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at those cultivators in the void. His expression was one of cold indifference. A scanning by his divine consciousness had already revealed to him the cultivation of these cultivators. No one here had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. Therefore, they posed absolutely no threat. Ultimately, this was just a city inside of great Brahma heaven. Although the Western world was powerful, its overall power was perhaps only comparable to the divine prefecture and not much stronger. In the city of great Brahma heaven, the most powerful person was probably a peak-level Renhuang. Someone who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path could probably only be found in the main city of great Brahma heaven. Who are you, and why are you slaughtering these people here? The cultivators from great Brahma heaven looked down at the ground below, his eyes cold. You didn't bother to intervene before, so don't bother intervening now, Yi Futian replied casually. He was not in the least bit perturbed. Jianan City is part of the territory ruled by our great Brahma heavenly palace. What matters can't we choose to intervene in within all of great Brahma heaven? The cultivators in the lead responded coldly and aggressively. Is that so? Yi Futian revealed a hint of contempt and said, In that case, do you want to try to intervene? The eyes of the lead cultivator from great Brahma heaven sharpened when he regarded Yi Futian. He thought him insufferably arrogant. Someone dared to be so impertinent in the great Brahma heaven. White clothing and white hair. Cultivation is Renhuang of the eighth realm. A cultivator from the great Brahma heaven whispered, surprising all the others within earshot. 2 years ago, a massive storm had erupted in Six Desires heaven that swept through the Western world. All the top principalities had heard about it. Several Lord-level figures had perished then. Saint Jinchan was still missing to this day. Jinchan Temple had almost collapsed completely because of it. A world of path obliteration had come into being in Six Desires heaven due to that uproar. And the main player of that storm was rumored to be a handsome young man in white with white hair, a Renhuang of the eighth realm. And the young man in front of them, there was a sudden change in their eyes, as they now assessed Yi Futian seriously and with caution. Gradually, the momentum that they were carrying disappeared without the arrogant dominance that they had before. Was it really him? And he didn't die in that conflict. If it was really the main player of that conflict, given that he had already slaughtered several Lord-level figures with Saint Jinchan remained missing because of him, how could a Buddhist disciple like Zhu Ho mean anything to him? Would he care about killing a few more cultivators from great Brahma heaven? Perhaps there was nothing he wouldn't dare do. Yi Futian heard the whispers from those people and saw in their eyes that they had already recognized who he was. This was no longer a place for him to dawdle. Anyone who follows us will be summarily executed without exception, Yi Futian warned them, then turned around to leave with the golden-winged rock underneath him. The golden-winged rock spread its wings, wide enough to shelter the sky and the sun, taking Yi Futian and the others across the void as they were leaving. In a blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the clouds, and their aura gradually dissipated. No one was chasing after them. After they caught on to Yi Futian's true identity, these people from great Brahma heaven dared not make any reckless moves. After all, what Yi Futian did in Six Desires heaven was too unbelievably shocking. What's going on? Those who were around him did not yet understand the scope of what had just happened. However, the people of great Brahma heaven just watched them leave. No one dared to pursue them on account of Yi Futian's final warning. It's him. 2 years ago he came from Divine Prefecture, caused a great uproar in Six Desires Heaven, and Lord Six Desires died because of him. Saint Jinchan is still missing to this day, someone said. This immediately caused lots of chatter. Was it really him? If this was true, then Zhu Ho was really unlucky. His provocation had attracted unwanted attention from a major Terminator. No wonder he felt those for young people were so extraordinary. They were all disciples of Yi Futian. Was Yi Futian really a genius talent, as they had purported? However, it was said that he had lost the divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, so he would no longer battle with the aid of the divine body. This would inevitably weaken his battle effectiveness considerably. Even so, the people of Great Brahma Heaven were still in shock, and no one dared to challenge him. After Yi Futian left, he didn't think about how others thought of him. Above the void, the golden-winged rock soared between the clouds and the mist, traveling with incredible speed. Although there was still not a peep from Saint Jinchan, and no one chased them, the revelation of his true identity still had its inherent danger. Leaving this place as soon as possible was the wise thing to do. It went without saying that he would not be returning to the ancient peak where he resided previously. Master, I heard them talking in the city before. The All-Buddha's fest is fast approaching, and this holiday will last for 100 days, Fang Xiyuan said to Yi Futian. And didn't the master have some things that needed to be done? The All-Buddha's fest is a good opportunity, Xiaoling nodded beside him. Yi Futian nodded slightly and replied, I already know. From the memory of Mo Yunzi, the golden-winged rock, he knew that after waking up from this injury, he would come very close to the onset of all Buddha's fest in the Western world of Buddhism. This, to him, was indeed a great opportunity. During all Buddha's fest, the Western world would be in a period of absolute peace, which would allow him to do what needed to be done. To Western Heaven, Yi Futian stood on the back of the golden-winged rock, his white hair flying in the wind. He gave the order to the rock beneath him. The golden-winged rock let out a long cry as if replying to Yi Futian. Then its speed increased as it moved along in the direction of Western Heaven. Western Heaven was the supreme land of Buddhism, located at the highest point in the world of Buddhism. Yi Futian glanced at Hua Qingqing, who was next to Huajiu. On this trip to Western Heaven, no one knew what was held for any of them. As to Hua Qingqing, what would fate hold for her? They had two goals for coming to the Western world. One was for trial, and the other was to send Hua Qingqing to Western Heaven. And now they were finally heading towards their destination. Chapter 2465, The Monk in White. As the All-Buddha's fest in the world of Buddhism was fast approaching, cultivators from all sides had embarked to the Western Heaven. However, the journey to the Western Heaven was long and arduous. Even the place closest to the Western Heaven had to cross a golden sea of clouds covered by the light of Buddha first, before reaching the Western Heaven. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone not a Renhuang to get there unless they were led by special cultivators. At this time, in the golden sea of clouds on the way to the Western Heaven, a golden-winged rock was flying through the golden clouds and mist, but not very fast. It was not because the rock was deliberately slowing down, but that this golden sea of clouds was extremely dense under the light of Buddha, so that even at its realm, traveling forward was a somewhat laborious task for the rock. Yi Futian and the others stood on top of the rock, admiring this sea of clouds. Above the golden sea of clouds, a peaceful glow exuded a sense of tranquility and comfort. However, under this magnificent beauty before them, as they bathed in this endless light of Buddha, it was not an easy task to travel through this sea of clouds. This golden-winged rock was at the peak realm of the Demon Emperor, but it still required some time for the rock to get through this sea of clouds. More importantly, to break through the clouds and the mists, the support of the realm was required. Anyone below the realm of Upper Renhuang did not have much chance of achieving that. Further away, they could see other cultivators on their way as well, just like them, traveling through the sea of clouds and heading toward the Western Heaven. The Western Heaven was the true sacred land of Buddhism. When the All Buddhas Fest was near, the Western Heaven would be the place with the most festive atmosphere. It was said that many Buddhas in the Western world had already left their cultivation courts on the mountains and rushed towards the Western Heaven. Finally, the day before the start of All Buddhas Fest, Futian and the others traversed the golden sea of clouds, broke through the clouds and mists, and arriving at the world of Western Heaven. Without the heaviness of the golden clouds, the golden winged rock could whiz along like golden lightning. It sped up to its heart's content. It seemed that the rock had felt quite oppressed when it was unable to exert its full speed previously, and now it had found a release. "It's spectacular." Fong Siyuan looked down and said, "Is this the Western Heaven?" The place below, at first glance, was full of ancient Buddhist architecture. The entire world was bathed in the light of Buddha. There was peace and quiet even in the midst of all the hustle and bustle. It gave those who looked upon them a sense of total tranquility. "It's the Western Heaven," the golden-winged rock uttered in a human voice, and its golden eyes looked down. This was also the first time that it came to the Western Heaven. It was once the mount of Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan, cultivated in 6 Desires Heaven, and had never been to this holy land of Buddhism. The Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan came here once by himself, but didn't take the rock along. Not only below, but it's the same in the sky. Little Ling looked into the distance of the void. Under the peaceful and auspicious light of Buddha, many figures were traveling through the air. Many sacred beasts of the Buddhist world were the mounts of great Buddhas, such as divine elephants, Daiting, and more. Many other types of Buddha could be seen as well. They were surrounded by the light of Buddha, and with what seemed to be halo upon halo of Buddhism around their heads, which was extremely eye-catching. Here, it truly felt as if they had stepped into the world of Buddhism, where great mighty Buddhas were everywhere. But this was to be expected. With the arrival of the All Buddhas Fest, cultivators who believed in the power of Buddhism would be the majority of the attendees. Furthermore, most of the top forces in the Western world were also Buddhist principalities. All of the Western world gathered together in the Western Heaven, which accounted for the grand occasion in front of them. In the peaceful Western Heaven, it seemed like a place outside of the world of earthly concerns. It was as if there could be no battles or strife here. All of them were cultivators who were dedicated to the cultivation of Buddhism. It is rumored that everything is open on the sacred land of the Western Heaven. Whether it was a place to stay or a place of meditation in ancient temples, they're all unattended. Even Buddhist scriptures in many ancient temples could be perused freely and at will without restriction. Anyone who comes to the Western Heaven can read them if they'd like, the golden-winged rock continued. Although he was greedy, uninhibited, and power-hungry by nature, he was awed by this Buddhist sacred land and had always yearned for it. No matter who came to this land, they would be the same as him. Everyone was curious when they heard his words. Chun-Yi asked, "What if someone takes it away or destroys it?" In the sacred land of Buddhism, everything is in the eyes of the Buddha. No matter what you do on this sacred land, you cannot escape the scrutiny of the Buddha, and you will receive due punishment, the rock continued, his voice tinged with some sense of holiness. Someone as unbridled as he, when he arrived in the sacred land of the Western Heaven, could feel nothing but awe. "Go down and let's take a walk," said Futian. Suddenly the golden-winged rock swooped down, and descending to the ground below, he then turned into his human form, and the group of them alighted on the ground. The cultivators around them just took a casual glance. It was not surprising to see people at this caliber of cultivation. This land was filled with them everywhere. All the top figures of the entire Western world were gathered in this sacred land of Western Heaven. Futian and the others walked on this sacred land and watched many cultivators coming and going. There were top cultivators everywhere, and many of them were truly astonishing. Yi Futian stopped in front of a building. It seemed to be a tea house, effused with the scents of sandalwood, and the word Zen was engraved on it. "Let's go inside and sit," Yi Futian said as they approached the tea house. They found a place inside to sit, and immediately some monk came up to them and served them tea. After the monk finished pouring tea for them, he bowed to Yi Futian, with his hands clasped together. He then backed away without making a sound. Yi Futian nodded in return as an acknowledgement. He looked at Mo Yunzi and asked, "It seems like it is just as you said. Every place in the Buddhist sacred land is open. But who is this monk? Why would a monk be willing to serve tea in a tea house? And this monk's cultivation was considerable." "It is probably some cultivation," replied Mo Yunzi. "Maybe," Yi Futian nodded. What Buddhists considered to be cultivational methods were different from others and varied in types, as everywhere was a place for potential cultivation with all manners of methods. There were ascetic monks who walked around the world day and night, observing the varieties of life as cultivation. There were monks who concentrated on doing good deeds in the world, which was also considered cultivation. Some listened to rain and observed nature deep inside mountains and forests, which was also a cultivation of sorts. Yi Futian glanced around inside the tea house. There were cultivators from various places, and their cultivation was all quite high, but most of them were not Buddhist cultivators. They seemed to be talking about the All Buddhas Fest. Yi Futian picked up the teacup and took a sip. A refreshing sensation penetrated his body, which had a calming and soothing effect. It seemed that this tea was no ordinary tea either. Outside the tea house on the street, a monk dressed in white was walking along the street. He made no sounds when he walked, as he was barefooted, but there was not a trace of dust or dirt on his feet. It was not just his feet, however. His white garment, likewise, was without the slightest trace of dirt. This was a monk. He had no hair, and he raised his right hand perpendicular to his chest as he walked. His eyes were closed even as he walked, but it could be seen from his face that he was quite handsome. Quite a few people glanced at the monk. This monk exuded a very particular feeling, and he was pleasant to behold. The monk stepped into the tea house, still without making the slightest sound. It was not until he was already in front of Yi Futian and the others that Yi Futian and his party noticed the monk's existence. "Grandmaster, is there something we can do for you?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. "Layman Yi." The monk opened his eyes, and those eyes were as bright as the stars, pure and clear, but at the same time seemed bottomless. "Do we know each other, Grandmaster?" Yi Futian was a little taken back and a little surprised. He could not see through this monk's cultivational realm, and there was no aura whatsoever from his entire body. But obviously this man was no ordinary monk either. "Layman, Yi came from the divine prefecture and caused quite the stir in 6 Desires Heaven. How can a little monk, like myself, not have heard of it?" The monk smiled and replied, which immediately alarmed Yi Futian. He had just gotten here, and he was already made by someone he didn't know. Was this a coincidence? Chapter 2466, Destiny with Buddhism. Other cultivators in the tea house now focused on Yi Futian, and all of them were taken aback. Yi Futian, who had caused an uproar in 6 Desires Heaven. Anyone who could get to the Western Heaven had to be exceptional. They had all heard about that major disturbance, but they didn't expect to see him here at the Western Heaven. Remember, Yi Futian almost wiped out Jinshan Temple entirely and single-handedly. Saint Jinshan was a pillar of Buddhism, and to this day his whereabouts are unknown. How dare Yi Futian show his face in the Western Heaven? Western Heaven was the holy land of Buddhism. All Buddha's Fest. When everyone thought of this, they understood the reason which led Yi Futian here at the beginning of All Buddha's Fest. There would be no killing or strife in the entire Western world during all Buddha's fest, let alone the holy land of the Western heaven. Everything that happened in the holy land of the Western heaven could not escape the eyes of the Buddha. As for this monk in white who had appeared out of nowhere, he must have some backstory. Who could he be? Yi Futian was also considering this when he looked at the monk and asked, "I have just arrived and found a place to stay not long ago. How does the Grand Master know that I am here? I don't believe we have met before. I am ashamed to admit that my cultivation level is relatively shallow. I only heard of your arrival after you are already here on the sacred land of the Western heaven. However, my teacher had known for some time now that layman you would come here," this monk replied, his hands clasped in front of him, speaking in a calm voice which put his listeners at ease right away. But when Yi Futian heard this, his heart palpitated. They had sensed his coming as soon as he set foot on the sacred soil of the Western heaven, and his master had known even before his arrival. The superpowers of Buddhism, thought Mo Yunzi, the golden-winged roc, and Yi Futian immediately received the thought. His heart trembled slightly. The other cultivators in the tea-house had the same sudden realization as well, and their expressions changed. As they looked at the monk in white, someone said, "Clairaudience." Clairaudience and clairvoyance were both part of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. Zhu Ho, the cultivator who was killed by Yi Futian in Great Brahma Heaven, was a disciple of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. He cultivated in Buddha's clairvoyance, hence his ability to discern the cultivations of Feng Siyuan and the others. And the monk in front of him was an expert of clairaudience, meaning he was able to hear all the movements within the sacred land of the Western heaven. He stated that his master knew of Yi Futian's coming to the Western heaven long before Yi Futian actually set foot to the Western heaven, which further demonstrated the high level of his realm. Could it be that his clairaudience had been cultivated to the point where he could hear the voices of all sentient beings in the Western world? This man's cultivation would be far higher than Zhu Ho's, Mo Yunzi said to Yi Futian via voice transmission. Zhu Ho cultivated in Buddha's clairvoyance, but he couldn't see through even a mere city like Jianan City. The man in front of him claimed that he had already heard Yi Futian when he arrived in Western heaven. His realm had been easily deduced. His master would be Tianyin Buddha, Lord, the orthodox among Buddhists and one of the topmost Buddha lords in the world of Buddhism. Mo Yunzi continued with voice transmission so that Yi Futian had some basic understanding of who he was dealing with. At this time, many people in the tea-house saluted to the monk in white. The Grand Master must be Tianyin Arhut. Arhut. Yi Futian heard this and immediately realized the status of the other man must be superior and exceptional. He was one of the Arhats. In the Western world, he must be regarded as a top-ranking figure. "Little monk, I dare not presume." The monk in white made a slight bow to everyone in return. Yi Futian spoke up at this time as well. "Grandmaster, please take a seat." Tianyin Arhut put his hands together in front of him and bowed to Yi Futian and said, "Little monk, thank you for your invitation." After that, he sat down cross-legged opposite Yi Futian, his visage solemn and authoritative. Yi Futian could even see, albeit faintly, the halo of Buddhism behind him. "What advice would the Grand Master like to impart on your visit?" Yi Futian inquired with extreme courtesy. An Arhat came here for the express purpose of finding him. Clearly, it was not by some simple coincidence. There must be a reason for it. "Layman, ye overestimated my visit. After knowing that Layman Yi is here, little monk was determined to come for a visit. No advice nor intent to instruct to speak of." The monk responded graciously enough. This was rather baffling to Yi Futian. "Just a visit?" Yi Futian asked again, a little puzzled. "That's all." Tianyin Arhut responded with a smile. His eyes still hovered on Yi Futian. However, there seemed to be some curiosity in those clear and profound eyes of his. "I don't understand. Would the Grand Master please elucidate?" Yi Futian implored in return deferentially. He was a little curious, too, as to why an Arhot would know of his arrival and took all the trouble to come for a visit in person. "Layman Yi is a person who has a destiny with Buddhism," Tianyin Arhot continued with a smile. "What do you mean?" Yi Futian asked. Tianyin Arhot glanced at Hua Qingqing next to Yi Futian, pointing at her. Yi Futian looked a little surprised and asked, "Did the Grand Master detect something?" Tianyin Arhot shook his head and smiled. "Little monk can't see anything. I only know that layman Yi has a destiny with Buddhism." "Perhaps." Yi Futian just smiled. It seemed that he would get nowhere. Tianyin Arhot was speaking in riddles and circles, so he could not get to the bottom of anything. "It's not perhaps," Tianyin Arhot said with a smile. "The change between heaven and earth originates in the original realm. I wonder if layman Yi has heard of this prophecy?" Yi Futian acknowledged. He had heard of it before, of course. He said, "The turmoil in the original realm attracted cultivators from all over the world. Only the cultivators of the Western world of Buddhism were absent at the time. Everyone thought that it was because the world of Buddhism didn't much care about such matters. But clearly that's not the case. The Grand Master already knows of the prophecy." "Does layman Yi know where this prophecy first originated?" Tianyin Arhot asked with a smile. Yi Futian looked a little doubtful when he heard those words. His face showed a change as he observed Tianyin Arhot closely and said, "Could it be?" Tianyin Arhot nodded slightly. Just as layman Yi suspected, the earliest source of this prophecy is here in this place of Buddhist cultivation. "Whose prophecy?" There was some seriousness in Yi Futian's eyes now, and his heart was a bit perturbed. A prophecy had caused the changes in the original realm. The Buddhist sect did not participate, but this prediction had originated from the world of Buddhism. What was the secret hidden behind this new information? There are numerous cultivation courts upon the mountains in the world of Buddhism, with several transcendent Buddhas in residence. However, there are only one or two of them who would dare to make a bold prediction about changes taking place in the world. Tianyin Arhot continued with a smile. "Does layman Yi know that several hundreds of years ago, there was another cultivator from Divine Prefecture who had come to the sacred land of the Western Heaven?" "Who?" Yi Futian asked. Layman Yi should be able to guess. Tianyin Arhot was still not answering him directly. Yi Futian thought about what the other man had said. Since he said that Yi Futian should be able to guess it, then it must be someone well known with a profound connection with the Buddhist world. When his thought turned to this, Yi Futian's heart trembled a bit as he came to grips with this new epiphany. What Tianyin Arhot revealed today had already caused him several great internal turbulences. "Dong Huang the Great," Yi Futian said softly. Tianyin Arhot smiled without saying another word, clearly agreeing with his conclusion. Once upon a time, Dong Huang the Great had come to the world of Buddhism to seek instruction and had forged a deep connection with the world of Buddhism. This was not a secret in Divine Prefecture. Hundreds of years ago, Dong Huang the Great came to the world of Buddhism to seek instruction and cultivate it. He even once sought instruction on one of the 6 superpowers in the world of Buddhism. "Who knows what layman you will be able to reap this time around," said Tianyin Arhot. So, Dong Huang the Great had cultivated one of the 6 supernatural powers. The 6 superpowers of Buddhism were clairvoyance, clairaudience, celerity, telepathy, omniscient, and elimination of outflows. Which one of the 6 superpowers did Dong Huang the Great cultivate? What did Dong Huang the Great cultivate? Yi Futian looked at Tianyin Arhot and asked, propelled by an unusually fervent curiosity, wanting to know what Dong Huang the Great had cultivated in back when he was seeking Buddhism. As the Buddha would say not a word. Tianyin Arhot spoke with a smile as he stood up. He clasped his hands together again, facing Yi Futian, and said, "I wish layman ye all the best on this trip. I will take my leave now." After that, he turned around to leave. It seemed as if this was really just a simple little visit. Chapter 2467, Prying. As Yi Futian watched the silhouette of Tianyin Arhut leaving, his eyes revealed a curious look. Tianyin Arhut had actually come just to have a few words with him. It seemed as though he had no other ulterior motive. Yi Futian had also obtained a lot of information from his conversation with the other party. The changes of the world would originate from the original realm. This prophecy had actually first come from the Western Heaven, the world of Buddhism that had not joined the conflict in the original realm. According to the other party, only 1 or 2 individuals in the world of Buddhism could make such a prophecy. They should be one of the Buddha lords who stood at the top of the realm. Which Buddha lord would it be? It would certainly not be difficult to investigate. Yi Futian even suspected that it might be a Buddha lord who mastered one of the 6 Buddhist superpowers. Donghuang the Great had come to the world of Buddhism centuries ago and had sought the guidance of a Buddha lord. He had also cultivated one of these 6 superpowers. As for which one he had cultivated, Yi Futian did not know. In the divine prefecture, it was only known that Donghuang the Great had come to the world of Buddhism to seek the path. No one knew what path he had sought. All this provided much food for thought. It was worth pondering on. Tianyin Arhut's cultivation is not high, but he can already hear the various voices across the western sacred land. Having cultivated clairaudience, his master, Tianyin Buddha Lord, must be able to hear across even greater distances. What will happen when Tianyin Arhut reaches the great Emperor Plain? Yi Futian mumbled. He might be able to hear all the voices in the Western Heaven, said Chen Yi in a low voice. It might be possible, Yi Futian nodded his head. Donghuang the Great might be able to do the same. It was just that he did not know which superpower Donghuang the Great had cultivated. Regardless of which one it was, at the great Emperor Plain, his might would be extraordinary. It would be unparalleled. From Tianyin Arhut's tone, "I suppose he bears no ill will," commented Blind Tai. Although he could not see, his senses were sharp. Tianyin Arhut claimed that his master, Tianyin Buddha Lord, had long known that Yi Futian would come to the western sacred land. Tianyin Arhut paid Yi Futian a welcome visit. The other party had even taken Donghuang the Great as an example. He claimed that Donghuang the Great had also come here centuries ago. He wondered what Yi Futian would gain from coming here. If one thought about it, this was a very high evaluation of Yi Futian. Tianyin Arhut held Yi Futian in high esteem, comparing him to Donghuang the Great centuries ago. Why did Tianyin Arhut look so highly on Yi Futian? Was this related to the prophecy? In Four Corner Village, why had Master viewed Yi Futian highly to the point that he did not mind standing out on Yi Futian's behalf and allowing Four Corner Village to join the world? The more he came in contact with Yi Futian, the more Blind Tai felt that Yi Futian might have come from an extraordinary background. He would have an outstanding life. Perhaps in the future, Yi Futian would come in contact with some secrets of the world. "Are you Yi Futian from the Divine Prefecture?" someone asked Yi Futian inside the tavern. The crowd had heard Tianyin Arhut and Yi Futian's conversation before this. Some of their hearts were stirred. Tianyin Arhut was an extraordinary figure. Zhu Ho, who was killed by Yi Futian, could not be compared to him. Zhu Ho was just a disciple of a Buddhist sect, yet he already had a high standing in Jianan City as a middle-level Renhuang. On the other hand, Tianyin Arhut was a Buddhist Arhot. His cultivation was unparalleled and was at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. The War of 6 Desires, Heaven, shook the entire world of Buddhism. "Brother, Yi, do you know whether Saint Jinchan is alive or dead now?" someone asked. There were rumors from Jinchan Temple that Saint Jinchan had yet to perish. However, after so long, Saint Jinchan had not made an appearance. This caused many cultivators to be suspicious. I could barely protect myself in that battle. How would I know how Saint Jinshan is? Yi Futian replied with a smile. He indeed did not know whether Saint Jinshan was dead or alive. Brother Yi, you stirred up quite a storm in 6 Desires Heaven and even caused Saint Jinshan to go missing. I fear that your journey here to the Western Sacred Land will not be peaceful, someone said. However, Yi Futian himself had probably imagined that there would be a day like this. Hence, he had waited for all Buddha's fest to come here. Otherwise, he would certainly not have dared to act so presumptuously. Of course, it might be that Yi Futian believed no one would know about his arrival. However, Yi Futian never imagined that he would be found by Tianyin Arhut just as he set foot in the Western Sacred Land. News of his arrival had also spread. The various cultivators would certainly all know about it soon. Thank you for the reminder, Yi Futian replied. He then got up and said, let's go. He also realized that many people would certainly come looking for him once news of his arrival got out. It would be difficult for him to have any peace. Although it was all Buddha's fest, and he was currently in no danger, it did not mean that no one would come to him looking for trouble. A group of people got up and walked out of the tavern. They headed outside and then flew up into the sky. The cultivators in the tavern watched as Yi Futian left. They then lowered their heads and continued enjoying their tea. The fact that Yi Futian was here was already exposed. It was impossible for him to enjoy peace. In this holy land of Buddhism, there were countless powerful figures. It was impossible for Yi Futian to keep himself hidden. Yi Futian's group rode on the back of the golden-winged giant pung bird. They looked down on the scenery of the western heaven below. The entire world was bathed in the peaceful and divine light of Buddha. It was very comfortable, yet Yi Futian was not at ease. It was as though he was being monitored. However, when he unleashed his will, he could not sense the presence of people monitoring him. This made Yi Futian realize that the person monitoring him had higher cultivation than he had or was proficient in extraordinary superpowers. For instance, they might be proficient in one of the 6 Buddhist superpowers, Buddha's clairvoyance. This sensation persisted for a long while. Yi Futian knew that it was impossible for him to enjoy peace. He also sensed that more and more people were monitoring him. It was no longer just an individual. If you all wish to meet me, show yourselves. Why do you need to monitor me from the shadows? Yi Futian proclaimed loudly. His voice reverberated in the space, causing many cultivators down below to look up at him. At the same time, the figure of the golden-winged giant pung bird dove down. The group of figures landed on the ground, deciding not to continue their journey. In the distance, Yi Futian seemed to see a pair of eyes appear on the horizon. The eyes pierced the endless space and looked towards them. This ability was similar to that of Zhu Ho, whom he had killed. It must be the members of Zhu Ho's force. Tianyin Arhut knew that Yi Futian had arrived in the Western Sacred Land. Yi Futian never imagined that the Buddhist cultivation force that Zhu Ho belonged to would manage to find him so quickly as well. Besides that, figures appeared far in the distance. Some of them were monks, some weren't. All of them had extraordinary auras. Their gazes were all turned towards him. Yi Futian did not know who these people were. Right then, a figure walked over towards them from afar. This monk was extraordinary. His temperament was similar to that of Tianyin Arhut. He was very young, and it was difficult to get a read on him. His eyes even gave off a faint, enchanting vibe. "Benefactor Yi!" the monk greeted with his hands together as he bowed towards Yi Futian. He seemed very polite. "Master," Yi Futian replied as he returned the gesture. The monk asked, "I have heard much about Benefactor Yi. You are famous in the divine prefecture. You obtained a divine body, cultivated divine techniques, and obtained the inheritances of several great emperors. I am curious, how many great emperors has Benefactor Yi obtained inheritances from?" Yi Futian felt somewhat strange. As to what was strange, he could not pinpoint it. In his mind, the inheritances of the great emperors that he cultivated surfaced naturally. Although he did not verbally reveal them, he naturally would think about them when asked by the other party. At that moment, Yi Futian sensed that the other party was smiling. When he saw this smile, Yi Futian felt even stranger. He felt a faint sense of discomfort. It was as though he was being pried on. This man is a practitioner of telepathy. He can read the thoughts of others. "Layman Yi, do not fall for his trick," said a voice from afar. It was a transmitted thought of Tiani Narhut. He was listening to all that was happening in the Western sacred land. He had heard that something was happening over here, so he reminded Yi Futian, "You really enjoy meddling in the affairs of others," the strange monk said with a smile. On the other hand, Yi Futian's expression changed. No wonder he felt as though he was being pried on. It turned out that his thoughts were read by the other party. Chapter 2468 Purge Their Souls. Yi Futian's expression turned cold. When the other party asked him questions, the answers would naturally surface in his mind. He never imagined that his thoughts would be pried on. Buddha's telepathy could pry into the minds of others. The monk before him had intentionally strung him along to pry into how many great emperor inheritances he possessed. However, this was no secret in the divine prefecture. Many cultivators there knew about this. They also knew about his inheritance from Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian might as well not think much about it. After discovering the other party's ability, he immediately controlled what he was thinking. He merely stared at the other party and said, "Master, you are an accomplished monk. It seems somewhat despicable of you to pry into the minds of others." Although his tone was calm, he was no longer as polite as before. No one would be comfortable after having their thoughts pried on like this. "I was just curious, so I used telepathy to take a peek." "Benefactor Yi, please pay no heed to it," the enchantingly handsome monk said as he smiled and put his hands together. "I will not mention what I have seen. Benefactor Yi, you need not worry." Yi Futian's gaze was cold and indifferent. When encountering such a cultivator who could pry into the minds of others, one had to control their thoughts all the time. This sensation was very uncomfortable. One had to be careful when coming in contact with such people. "I wonder whether Saint Jinchan is doing well," the monk continued. He was still curious. This time Yi Futian controlled himself and did not think of the answer. He merely stared coldly and indifferently at the other party. He had already fallen for this trick once. He naturally would not be strung along by the other party anymore and have his thoughts pried on again. Right now, he only had one thought in mind, and that was how to deal with this monk. When he read this thought, the monk placed his palms together, smiled, and said, "I am the disciple of Tongchan Buddha Lord. Benefactor Yi, I can understand that you are dissatisfied with me. However, in the Western heaven, your way of thinking is somewhat absurd." This monk was actually Tongchan Arhut. His standing was extremely high and was comparable to that of Tianyin Arhut. Otherwise, he would not have stepped forward to pry into the secrets of Yi Futian's mind. Right now, many of the people present were major Buddhist figures. Yi Futian knew that the other party was speaking the truth. Yet alone in the Western sacred land, even elsewhere, it was almost impossible for Yi Futian to do anything to Tongchan Arhut. Yi Futian shifted his gaze and looked at the other cultivators around them. Many of them came with ulterior motives. This was especially so for the cultivators in front of him from the same sect as Zhu Ho. They cultivated under Shinyan Buddha, Lord. Shinyan Buddha, Lord, was well versed in Buddhist doctrine. He could observe the entire space and was one of the Buddha lords of the world of Buddhism. His sect was one of the more powerful ones, and the cultivators under him were also outstanding. Zhu Ho was merely one of the many exceptional cultivators under him, and he already had a high status in the great Brahma heaven. However, he was killed in Jianan City by Yi Futian. The crowd stared at Yi Futian's group. Their gazes shone with the golden light of Buddha, giving off an extraordinary vibe. They stared rudely at Yi Futian and his group. Just like Zhu Ho before, they were monitoring them without any scruples. Divine techniques, method of light, they mumbled as they looked toward Fang Xiyuan and then at Chen Yi. When their gazes landed on Hua Qingqing, they revealed strange looks and said, "You are a Buddhist yourself. Why have you joined this person's side?" Hua Qingqing looked at the person who had spoken and said, "The spirit of Buddhism is not found in cultivation, but in the heart." When they heard what Hua Qingqing said, they frowned. Yi Futian also said, "Back in Jinan City, when we encountered Zhu Ho, he acted unscrupulously. When he encountered my disciple, he immediately pried into my disciple's cultivation. Seeing that he was stronger, he wanted to bully the weak and directly control my disciple. I rushed over in time and killed him. Originally, I thought that he was an outlier among the Buddhist sections. However, I never imagined that there were so many like him. It seems that I have thought too highly of all of you." "Humph!" A cold chide could be heard. A person said in a cold tone, "If a disciple of ours breaks his vows, he will naturally be punished according to the laws of the sect. Since when was it your place to kill a disciple of our sect?" "Such an overbearing Buddhist sect," mocked Chen Yi. He then said, "Based on what you say, if a disciple of your sect tries to kill us, we can only bear with it. We cannot defend ourselves and should wait for your sect to settle the issue. However, by the way you handle things, why should we hope for you to settle things? What a joke." The other party was unmoved even after Chen Yi said this. They continued, saying coldly, "After all of you killed Zhu Ho, you involved innocent people and massacred people of other clans. How dare such cruel and bloodthirsty people speak of Buddha? If it weren't all Buddha's fest now, we would have purged your souls," another monk added with a tone as cold as ice. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind blowing. The light that shot out of his eyes was extremely blinding. Yi Futian looked at the other party and said, "I have broadened my horizons by coming to the western sacred land. A while ago, I encountered cultivators from the dark world. Although the way they acted was cruel and merciless, at least they did not act under the guise of compassion and use Buddha as an excuse. From my point of view, all of you who practice Buddhism but bring harm to others are worse than the cultivators from the dark world." Yi Futian had always treated others politely. However, these people were not being courteous at all and actually claimed they would purge the souls of Yi Futian's group. If that were the case, he naturally did not need to hold back. He lashed out with his words, not giving the other party any face. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, streaks of golden light of Buddha shone and enveloped the entire space. Yi Futian could sense a faint murderous intent amidst this Buddhist aura. Even the supposedly peaceful light of Buddha became eerie at that moment. What Qingqing said is right. The spirit of Buddhism is not founded on cultivation. Even though all of you cultivate the powers of Buddhism, you're not worthy of being called Buddhas, commented Yi Futian calmly. His body glowed radiantly as he was surrounded by divine light. Pressure similarly emanated from his body to fight against the domineering light of Buddha. It is currently all Buddha's fest. We still need to wait a few days more before we can engage in fights, Tongchan Arhut said with a smile. His interruption caused the tension between the two powers to come to a halt. Buddha is merciful. If today weren't all Buddha's fest, I would have purged all of your souls here in Western Heaven. That would have prevented you from continuing to be a scourge to all, said a cultivator who was a disciple of Shinyan Buddha Lord. Golden beams shot out from his eyes as he stared at Yi Futian and his group. The light of Buddha emitted by this cultivator was piercing. Is that so? Chen Yi cast a glance at the other party and unleashed the power of light. Light beams emitted from Chen Yi's eyes as he glared at the other party and said, "If it weren't all Buddha's fest today, you would most likely only be able to purge yourself even after you borrow the power of your seniors." The cultivation of these newly arrived cultivators was ordinary. Even the strongest were merely at the peak of the Runhuang Plain. He was not afraid of them at all. It was only wishful thinking for them to want to kill Yi Futian's group with their cultivation level. Everyone, don't forget about the ordeal in 6 Desires Heaven and Saint Jinchan. Tongchan Arhot spoke again. He seemed to be motivated by a desire to see the world in chaos. Back then, quite a few Lord-level figures had perished in the fight in 6 Desires Heaven. Saint Jinchan was a top figure among the cultivators from the Buddhist sects, yet he had also died in that commotion. Right now, even though Yi Futian had lost the divine body of Xinjiao, the great emperor, his own combat ability was surely very powerful as well. If the two parties were to engage in a fight, it was still uncertain as to whose souls would be purged. Chapter 2469, The Great Buddha. Several Buddhist cultivators under the tutelage of Shinyan Buddha, Lord, now stepped forward, their eyes radiating the frightening light of Buddha, aimed toward Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian frowned. These people really wanted to start something. Under the examination of Buddha's clairvoyance, Feng Xiyuan and the others felt extreme discomfort. Since they had no way to resist, it was as if everything of theirs were being exposed. Furthermore, surreal images appeared behind them. It was a vision enabled by the Great Path superpowers. Of course, even more cultivators fixed their attention on Yi Futian. The Buddha's clairvoyance could detect all truths. When cultivated to its extreme, it was rumored that the life and death of all living beings could be seen. The detection of cultivation method was but only a small trick this superpower was capable of. It was one of the many uses of Buddha's clairvoyance. However, at the moment, Yi Futian's entire body dazzled with divine light. It was as if there was a protective layer of light about him, which even the Buddha's clairvoyance was unable to invade. Under the surveillance of those heavenly eyes, nothing substantial could be seen. They could only see Futian standing there quietly, surrounded by divine light. He was tremendous and imposing as he stood there. The sense of transcendence was palpable. Watching the sight before them, many sneered coldly inside. It seemed that Yi Futian was indeed exceptional. The Buddha's clairvoyance was of absolutely no use against him. Yi Futian was like an enigma that couldn't be understood or captured. Yi Futian continued standing there quietly, his eyes frosty cold. His eyes were ever-changing as he looked toward those Buddhist cultivators who were looking back at him. This one look seemed to bring those cultivators into another world, another space. I come from the divine prefecture in awe of Buddhism, observing the commandments of all Buddhas best. But what are you all doing? Yi Futian chided them, and his voice reverberated through the void. The hearts of those Buddhist cultivators shuddered. Many of them experienced a prickly pain in their third eye. Not only did they fail to see through Yi Futian, but also they were affected by him. The cultivators in the far distance were a little shocked when they beheld this scene. This Yi Futian was truly remarkable. However, at this time, above the void, there were 2 figures surrounded by the blazing light of Buddha. Many monks would bow to salute these 2 whenever they encountered them. One of them was an old monk, while the other was quite young. They were both under the tutelage of Shinyan Buddha, Lord. The old monk was a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, while the young man was the first disciple under Shinyan Buddha, Lord, known as Shinyan Arhot. The 2 of them looked at Yi Futian at the same time, and a pair of elusive eyes appeared in the void. They were somewhat similar to the Buddha's clairvoyance, which was used previously by Zhu Ho. However, their prowess was not comparable, not even close. Under the scrutiny of Buddha's clairvoyance, Yi Futian felt that even with the power of the Great Path protecting around him, he was completely transparent. It was like nothing could be hidden from the other's prying gaze. He even wondered whether it was a mistake in coming to the sacred land of Western Heaven. The abilities of these Buddhist cultivators were completely different from those practiced in the divine prefecture. These abilities could see into too many secret things. As the old monk unleashed the Buddha's clairvoyance, his eyes grew unsteady. It was as the images he was perceiving frightened him a little. What he saw was not Yi Futian, who was surrounded simply by the divine light of the great path, but a massive towering figure that resembled a deity. This figure was a little fuzzy to him. Even at his advanced cultivation level, he was unable to discern it completely. He knew that his realm was not high enough, and his Buddhist clairvoyance was far from reaching the ultimate peak form. But there was no doubt in his mind that the images he saw were a foreshadowing of sorts. At least Yi Futian would be a super powerful existence in the future, which accounted for the vision that had appeared before them. You came from the divine prefecture and stirred up a storm in 6 desires heaven. You slaughtered our cultivators of Buddhism. Now you show up here on the sacred land of the Western heaven. What is your intention? The old monk interrogated him with a voice as great as a bell ringing. Each other word shook Yi Futian to his core. Yi Futian felt his heart palpitate as his breathing became unsteady. Suddenly, he could clearly sense that the other's eyes seemed to pry into something more. Something invisible and untraceable moved. The stronger he was, the harder it was to detect his cultivation. I heard that the sacred land of the Western heaven is the holy land of Buddhism, but the visit today was rather disappointing. As for why I am here, is there any reason why I am not allowed on the sacred land of the Western heaven? Yi Futian retorted as he raised his eyes to look at the other. His stance and aura were not any lesser, even when he repudiated a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. After all, before this moment, he had killed many cultivators who had survived the divine tribulation of the great path. The sacred land of Western heaven is the holy land of Buddhism. Naturally, people are allowed to come and seek Buddha's enlightenment. However, it is inappropriate for you to come to the holy land of Buddhism after you have slaughtered disciples of Buddhism. A powerful Buddhist cultivator in the distant void now spoke up. It seemed that many people were aggrieved with Yi Futian in the sacred land of Western heaven. Since Yi Futian stepped into the Western world of Buddhism, everything he did had angered many people. Every one of those Lord-level figures that had died at his hands was considered a powerful force in the world of Buddhism. But because of someone like him who came from the divine prefecture, each of them had met their unfortunate death, which curtailed the power in the Buddhist world considerably. More importantly, Lord Initial Zen and Saint Shin-chan themselves were Buddhists, cultivators belonging to the orthodoxy of Buddhism. Why would I slaughter disciples of Buddhism? Yi Futian retorted. He understood the displeasure these people had toward him. However, ever since he entered the Western world of Buddhism, he had been trapped in situations he had not created. It could be said that he could not find a peaceful moment. Under those circumstances, he had no choice but to struggle and resist. Hence, leading up to everything he encountered afterward. Humph! Cold disdain sounded in unison, as these Buddhists still seemed unwilling to let bygones be bygones. But at this moment, above the sky in the distance, a peaceful and benevolent light of Buddha flooded the sky, and a voice spoke. Amitabha. The sound of Buddha lingered, resounding through heaven and earth. A towering and sacred Buddha statue appeared on the distant horizon, cast with gold. However, this golden Buddha statue was on the move. It was as if it were not a statue, but a real person. When they saw the appearance of this Buddha statue, numerous Buddhists who were present immediately bowed down to pay their respect, including countless cultivators from the sacred land of the Western heaven. All of them clasped their hand in front of them to worship him. Many recognized this statue, as it was a Buddha commonly enshrined and worshipped by many in the sacred land of the Western heaven. Buddha, Lord. Greetings to the Buddha, Lord. All these voices echoed one after the other. and those cultivators under the tutelage of the great Buddha were paying their respects with humility. The cultivators from Western Heaven were even more emotional. They were witnessing the manifestation of the Buddha, Lord, right in front of their eyes. Yi Futian's gaze also fixed in that direction. The golden Buddha statue was shining with infinite light of Buddha, sheltering all of the Western Heaven. He appeared quite advanced in age. He was clearly a great Buddha who had cultivated for numerous years. Which Buddha Lord is this now? Yi Futian thought. Several Buddha lords in the Western world of Buddhism were revered and worshipped by the world. The Buddha Lord that appeared now was probably not the Lord of all Buddhas. Benefactor, Yi came all the way from the Divine Prefecture, and this is hardly our way of receiving guests. All Buddha's Fest is a major event in our world of Buddhism, so stop making more troubles for our guests. This voice resounded through the void. When all these Buddhist cultivators heard these words, they knew they could not do anything to Yi Futian anymore. They all bowed down deeply to that Buddha Lord. Yi Futian. That Buddha Lord looked at Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian felt so comfortable bathing in the light of Buddha. He bowed to the Buddha Lord and said, Yi Futian greets the Buddha Lord. No need for formalities. The Buddha Lord said, You came from the Divine Prefecture to the Western Heaven. What's your business? Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, I would like to ask for an audience with the Lord of all Buddhas. Everyone was astounded when they heard Yi Futian's request, an audience with the Lord of all Buddhas. They never thought that Yi Futian would be thinking of doing that. It was no easy task for top Buddhist figures to gain an audience with the Lord of all Buddhas. Amitabha, the Buddha Lord looked at Yi Futian and said, It all depends on your own fortune. Having said that, the Buddha's statue disappeared. It was as if it had never been there in the first place. After he disappeared, Yi Futian looked in that direction and appeared thoughtful. It seemed that not everyone in Buddhism was like the cultivators currently in front of him. This Buddha Lord, for example, was tremendously gracious and forgiving when there was no need for him to be. Since he had manifested and made an appearance, it was obviously not some disingenuous overture. Which Buddha Lord is this? Yi Futian asked. Everyone around him should have known him. Just him, a cultivator from the Divine Prefecture, did not. Wu Tian Buddha Lord, someone said. With a turning of his mind, there was no place that Wu Tian Buddha Lord could not reach. He was one of the supreme existences in the Buddhist sect cultivating celerity, also known as teletransportation. Any destination could be reached as quickly as a passing thought. Chapter 2470, Grandmaster Yumu. After Wu Tian Buddha, Lord vanished. The expressions of those who were giving Yi Futian a hard time before turned to great displeasure. However, they did not dare to say anything that challenged the command of the Buddha Lord. They could only look at Yi Futian with disdain and said, You have slaughtered our cultivators, but now you are asking for an audience with the Lord of all Buddhas. That's crazy man's talk. The Lord of all Buddhas had long transcended the world, no longer bound by the 5 elements of the earth. He was not someone who would receive visitors lightly. Not even those Buddha lords could ask for an audience whenever they liked. Now, all Buddhas' Fest did pose an opportunity, but they would not agree to Yi Futian asking for an audience with the Lord of all Buddhas. Many of them looked at Yi Futian with a cold and indifferent expression. Even if there were a chance for Yi Futian to meet the Lord of all Buddhas, with them around, they would make sure that never happened. You are lucky that Wu Tian Buddha, Lord, made a personal appearance, someone commented coldly. Although they did not dare to make further trouble for Yi Futian, they still seemed quite angry. To them, it was as if Wu Tian Buddha Lord's words could not change their minds. This piqued Yi Futian's curiosity. What was the status of Wu Tian Buddha Lord in the world of Buddhism? Benefactor, We will see each other again if it is meant to be, Tongchan Arhut said to Yi Futian with a smile. Suddenly, alertness was shown in Yi Futian's eyes. Again he felt being spied upon and knew that the thoughts he had previously may have been detected by the other. This superpower of telepathy was so incredible that it was easily forgotten by those around it. However, what he was thinking was nothing of great importance, so it didn't really matter. Tongchan Arhut turned to leave. The rest of the cultivators regarded Yi Futian with indifference. There were still many of them who were hostile towards him. At this time, a Buddhist cultivator suddenly appeared next to Yi Futian, invisible and soundless. He seemed to have emerged out of thin air. There was no warning prior to his appearance, which greatly alarmed Yi Futian. What a strange and uncanny superpower! Buddha's celerity, Yi Futian secretly remarked to himself, remembering one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. Buddha's celerity seemed to be an ultimate application of spatial methods, and somewhat superior to the great path of space. Its ability to travel freely anywhere without restriction was formidable. With Buddha's celerity, one could easily escape being chased by someone else of a higher realm. When used in tracking others, its success was even more spectacular. Wutian Buddha Lord was a Buddha Lord who specialized in Buddha's celerity. It seemed that this Buddhist cultivator who had just appeared cultivated the same skill as Wutian Buddha Lord. Yi Futian assessed the other man and saw that the man had half of a kasaya hanging on the top half of his body, leaving one of his arms exposed. He looked to be in his mid-30s, simple and honest. He looked as if he was some kind of ascetic cultivator. "Little monk, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Benefactor Yi." The monk bowed to Yi Futian with his hands clasped in front of him. He appeared extremely courteous. Yi Futian returned his gesture and said, "Yi Futian greets the Grandmaster. How is the Grandmaster to be addressed?" "Little monk, I am called Yumu," the monk replied. A strange look flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. The name Yumu also implied that great wisdom often lay in what appeared to be foolishness. "Greetings, Grandmaster Yumu." Yi Futian saluted him once again. He was very grateful that Wutian Buddha Lord had recently saved him from a tough situation. This Grandmaster Yumu looked to be a cultivator under the tutelage of Wutian Buddha Lord, so Yi Futian was already partial to him, especially since he had been treated so rudely by so many Buddhist cultivators just now. "Benefactor Yi is overly kind." Grandmaster Yumu said, "Little monk, I came here mainly to assist Benefactor Yi in your questions. You are new to the sacred land of Western Heaven. If you have any questions, you can ask me." This Grandmaster Yumu had extraordinary cultivation, yet he consistently referred to himself as Little Monk. Moreover, he was invisible and soundless when he came. Yi Futian barely perceived the slightest aura before his arrival. If this Grandmaster Yumu had chosen to attack him, he would be in an unimaginable bind. There were also several others, such as Tongchan Arhut, who were exceptional cultivators themselves. These people may be the top Buddhist enchanting geniuses of their generation, and the methods of Buddhism they cultivated were unusual and peculiar. Even someone like Yi Futian was full of respect and in awe. He dared not underestimate these top figures. Therefore, even though Yumu referred to himself as Little Monk, Yi Futian was not so stupid as to follow suit. He merely said, "If that's the case, then many thanks to Grandmaster Yumu." "Please." Yumu extended his hand and gestured, but Yi Futian responded, "Grandmaster Yumu, you first." Yumu nodded slightly, then turned to go. He deliberately slowed down to wait for Yi Futian and only moved forward when Yi Futian had caught up to him. When many cultivators saw them leaving, their expressions were still one of cold apathy. However, with intervention from Wutian Buddha Lord, there was not much they could do now but to drop the matter entirely. Therefore, each of them dispersed. Soon, everyone left and disappeared without a trace. Yi Futian and his party walked above the sacred land of Western Heaven with Yumu. Yi Futian said, "Grandmaster Yumu, I was watching those cultivators from before, and they seemed somewhat to disapprove of the Grandmaster." In fact, he had something else he didn't say. Although the words of Wuqian Buddha, Lord, had stopped the advancement of these foes, it did not seem to be a strong enough deterrent. At least, some of those people were still reluctant and continued to threaten Yi Futian verbally. It was not hard to judge their overall attitude. Yumu nodded and said, "Benefactor, ye came from the divine prefecture, so you know that these same situations exist in every realm. The divine prefecture has 18 domains and 18 domain chiefs' manors. Even the great emperor's direct principality is under the control of someone different. How could they be expected to be of one single mind?" From Yumu's reply, Yi Futian knew that he thoroughly understood the meaning behind his comment. Indeed, no matter which principality, there were inherently different factions, and it was impossible to be of one mind. When he first arrived in the world of Buddhism, he thought that the world of Buddhism was one united body, which in retrospect was somewhat a naive notion. Under the Lord of all Buddhas, there are many great Buddhas, and different Buddhas have different cultivational concepts. Under the Lord of all Buddhas, there are Buddhas who guard the world of Buddhism, enforce the laws of the Western world, and take charge of all matters in the world of Buddhism. The head of this branch is Tongchang Buddha Lord, Jinchan Temple, which Benefactor Yi was in a prior altercation with, and Lord Initial Zen, who perished, all belong to this branch, Yumu explained. When Yi Futian heard this explanation, he immediately understood why Tongchan Arhut appeared so unfriendly. It seemed that Buddhist cultivators in this branch all borne the meaning of Zen in their name somewhere. In addition, there are also preaching Buddhas. This kind of Buddhist cultivation is responsible for the preaching of Buddhist teachings in the world of Buddhist. My master, Wuqian Buddha Lord, belongs to this branch. There are also Buddhist cultivators who observe those cultivators in the world of Buddhism and listen to the voices within it. Finally, there are also Buddhas of penance who are devoted to Buddhism and care not for earthly affairs. Yi Futian nodded slightly when he heard the explanation from the man. He now had a rough understanding of the order of things and people. "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your detailed explanation," he said. "There is one other thing that I am quite curious about. It was said that hundreds of years ago, Dong Huang the Great came here to seek Buddhist instruction, taught by the Lord of all Buddhas himself. Previously, I have also heard that Dong Huang the Great had cultivated one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. Do you know which superpower he cultivated in?" asked Yi Futian. "Was Tianyin Arhut the one who told this to you, Benefactor Yi?" Yumu asked. "He was." Yi Futian nodded. Previously, Tianyin Arhut found him and told him about it, but he didn't specify which superpower was cultivated by Dong Huang the Great. "I'm afraid Benefactor Yi was deceived by Tianyin Arhut," Yumu replied. "Tianyin Arhut lied?" Yi Futian found that a little strange. "So, Dong Huang the Great never came here to cultivate Buddhism, and the rumors we heard from the outside were false." Yi Futian was a little confused. Yumu shook his head. "Of course it is true. Dong Huang the Great did come here to seek Buddhism teachings. However, Tianyin Arhut didn't know which was cultivated by Dong Huang the Great. As far as I know, only the Lord of all Buddhas and Dong Huang the Great himself know of this between them. Everything else you heard on the outside was totally hearsay. Not only Tianyin Arhut didn't know, but even Tianyin Buddha, Lord himself, does not necessarily know anything more about it." "I see," Futian nodded. Tianyin Arhut had told him that the Buddha had not said even a word. Perhaps even he did not know much more than the basics. However, that Tianyin Arhut was a funny character. At least he didn't mean Yi Futian any harm. When Tongchan Arhut appeared before, he had made sure to remind Yi Futian to be careful of the other man. "Yumu, you are not me. How do you know that I don't know?" Just as the two of them were speaking, A voice suddenly rang through their ears. This completely caught Yi Futian by surprise. He looked up into the distance and wondered, was he eavesdropping on them? This Buddha's clairaudience was indeed magical. He had been completely unaware of it. "And you're not me. So how do you know that I don't know that you don't know?" Yumu replied calmly. He didn't seem to take offense when he responded readily across the way. Yi Futian smiled when he heard the conversation between those two. "I can't win with you." "Of course you are right," Tianyin Arhut responded, and Yi Futian was a little surprised by his reply. It seemed that Yumu's combat effectiveness was more than met the eye. When he met Tianyin Arhut before, he had a feeling that the other was exceedingly exceptional. Now, Tianyin Arhut claimed he was unable to best Yumu, indicating a noticeable gap in their combat effectiveness. However, Wutian Buddha Lord preached Buddhist teachings, and Yumu was the heir of Wutian Buddha Lord. It went without saying that he must be proficient in Buddhist teachings and methods, and his combat effectiveness was understandably powerful. "I have one final question. If I want to see the Lord of all Buddhas, does Grandmaster Yumu have a way in?" Yi Futian asked. Yumu was silent for a moment, and Tianyin Arhut, who was in the distance, did not speak either. Right after that, Yumu commented, "It's probably a little hard, especially since you have already offended a lot of people among the Buddhist sects. Indeed, there is probably only one chance to meet the Lord of all Buddhas. All Buddhas Conference of Western Heaven will be held in the last month of All Buddhas Fest, at which time all the Buddhas of Western Heaven will be there to discuss the Buddhist teachings and methods until the end of the fest. Since this would be the 10,000th year of the All Buddhas calendar, the Lord of all Buddhas will likely make an appearance this time around. However, this conference is strictly a meeting for all the Buddhas in Buddhism to exchange their methods and teachings, and all the major Buddhas will be present. If you attend, you will most certainly stick out like a sore thumb. Furthermore, you have offended many Buddhist cultivators. I don't think you will even be allowed entry there," Yumu continued. "All Buddhas Conference," Yi Futian murmured. All the great Buddhas of Western Heaven would gather in one place, and indeed, it might be difficult for him to get in. How did Dong Huang the Great get to meet the Lord of all Buddhas back then? Yi Futian asked suddenly. When Yumu thought about that, he couldn't help but show a solemn look on his face. It was as if he was still awed by the memories of it all these years later. He said, "Dong Huang the Great went to all Buddhas conference to discuss the teachings of Buddhism and outshone all of the Buddhas." Chapter 2471. Imitating Dong Huang. Yi Futian felt a little disquieted inside when he heard what Yumu said. Since his arrival to the world of Buddhism, the name of Dong Huang the Great was often mentioned. This legendary figure, a genius of heavenly might, was a youngster compared to the Lord of all Buddhas. However, he had now stepped into the imperial realm and ruled over all of the divine prefecture. Dong Huang the Great once visited the world of Buddhism, defeated all the Buddhas who were in attendance, and was favored by the Lord of all Buddhas, who had passed one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism onto him. What a magnificent sight it must have been for Yumu to be transported to that time in awe at the mere memory of the event. When he spoke of Dong Huang the Great, his eyes were full of longing. It was as if he wanted to be transported back to that era and relive the exceptional undertaking of Dong Huang the Great. Although Yi Futian and Dong Huang the Great were on opposing sides and each had their own stance, Yi Futian greatly admired the capabilities of Dong Huang the Great, whose legendary deeds were breathtaking. If he was destined to be on the opposing side of Dong Huang the Great, what a terrible fate would that be? Even his own talent was unparalleled. Yi Futian could vaguely sense a powerful oppressive force when he thought of Dong Huang the Great. It was an elusive sense of suffocation. Could someone, such as the Emperor of Divine Prefecture, be truly swayed? Forcing himself to abandon these wayward thoughts, Yi Futian returned to reality once again as he looked at Yumu, saying, All the great Buddhas will be attending All Buddhas Conference to discuss teachings and methods of Buddhism. Can outsiders attend as well? All Buddhas Conference, held at Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven, was the grandest of all Buddhist events that would be taking place during the All Buddhas Fest. There is no hard and fast rule that says you can't. Hundreds of years ago, Dong Huang the Great himself had participated in the All Buddhas Conference to discuss Buddhism. However, benefactor, you may encounter greater difficulties in attending the conference this time. After all, many people here are hostile as far as benefactor Yi is concerned, Yumu replied. He seemed to have guessed what Yi Futian was thinking. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. When those cultivators left previously, they had already told him threateningly that he couldn't meet the Lord of all Buddhas. However, without seeing the Lord of all Buddhas, the matter regarding Hua Qingqing could not be resolved, meaning that they would have failed to accomplish the goal of this trip. He already had several life and death experiences during this trip to the Western world of Buddhism, which proved valuable, but he had also suffered heavy losses. The divine body of Xinjia, the great emperor, was destroyed, and what was gained by the experience he had was far less than the damages that were caused by the loss of the divine body. Now that All Buddhas Conference was upon them, they had to give it a go no matter what. Even if they failed, at least they tried. For him, the rule that no blood could be shed during All Buddhas Fest was significant protection that could be used to his advantage. He believed that no one would dare violate the one cardinal rule of All Buddhas Fest on such a grand occasion, where even the Lord of all Buddhas himself might appear. I heard that on the sacred land of Western Heaven, there are Buddhist scriptures hidden in ancient temples and the like, and none of them are guarded against outsiders. Those who wish may come and go as they please to observe and comprehend these scriptures. Am I right? Yi Futian asked Yumu. Yumu glanced at him, nodded, and said, Yes, Buddhism imparts Buddhist teachings. The sacred land of Western Heaven is the holy land of Buddhism. Naturally, it is the first to make those teachings available to all. These Buddhist scriptures are copied by major ancient temples, so that anyone who comes to the sacred land of Western Heaven to cultivate may have access to them. Of course, those who could come to the sacred land of Western Heaven were themselves extraordinary figures already. They were cultivators of advanced and profound realms. These people were all figures in the top echelon of the Western world, and it was very significant for these people to preach Buddhism to them. Furthermore, besides the secret methods of Buddhism and other rare superpowers, most of the scriptures of Buddhism can be found in the ancient temples of Western Heaven. Yumu continued, Benefactor, you meant to follow in the steps of Dong Huang the Great, comprehend Buddhist methods, and use them to participate in the All Buddhas Conference, to compete with other Buddhas. Does the Grand Master think it possible? Yi Futian did not deny that at the moment, this seemed to be the only route he could take. It is hard. Yumu's eyes appeared thoughtful. He said, Little monk, I know that Benefactor Yi is talented above all others, but time is pressing. Benefactor Yi has never been in contact with Buddhist methods before, and it is only dozens of days away from the All Buddhas Conference. If Benefactor Yi meant to comprehend Buddhism in order to compete in discussion with other Buddhas, it will not be an easy task, and that is putting it mildly. Dong Huang the Great had done it once, but how many Dong Huang the Greats were out there in this world? For thousands of years, there had been no one who could be compared with Dong Huang the Great. Several other great emperors were all mighty existences before the time of Dong Huang the Great. No matter how difficult it might be, it doesn't hurt to try, said Yi Futian. Yumu nodded and said, Benefactor Yi is right on that front, of course. Hundreds of years ago, Dong Huang the Great defeated all the Buddhas by the method of Buddhism. Today, Layman Yi, who also came from the divine prefecture, would like to repeat history. For this, little monk, I am very curious to see. In the days that follow, I would make sure no one will disturb Benefactor Ye's cultivation in Buddhism. Tianyin our huts, voice came from the distance as he continued, Yumu, guard benefactor Yi well, and don't let anyone disturb his cultivation. Yumu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well. I wouldn't dare trouble the Grand Master to such extent. Yi Futian said, The Buddha Lord has already come forward to intervene on my behalf once in person. I'm sure no one will come and make trouble. All Buddha's conference is coming soon. I'm sure the Grand Master must have a lot of things to do before that. Please don't trouble yourselves on my account. Yumu was a disciple of Futian Buddha Lord, so his title ought to be somewhere close to an arhot, even though he had been more than polite and humble in Yi Futian's presence. He was undoubtedly a great Buddha himself, with lofty status in the Buddhist sect. To trouble others for his own protection was not something Yi Futian felt he was entitled to, nor did he wish to bother the others unnecessarily. It's no trouble. I am taking this opportunity to review some of the Buddhist methods. For a little monk, this is also cultivation, Yumu replied. If the Grand Master insists, I will have no mind to concentrate on my studying of Buddhism. Even if the other man had expressed his willingness in good conscience, Yi Futian couldn't very well delay others in what they had to do. Seeing that Yi Futian was persistent on this point, Yumu didn't force the issue. Instead, he said, Since Benefactor Yi said so, little monk will not disturb Benefactor Ye's study of Buddhism. However, if there are unforeseen incidents taking place here, little monk will come and handle them. Right now, when all Buddha's fest is happening, there should be no one in all of the sacred land of the western heaven will disturb Benefactor Yi. Yi Futian nodded and bowed to Yumu with his hands clasped. Thank you, Grand Master. Likewise, Yumu put his hands together and replied, Then little monk will take my leave now. Safe travel, Grand Master, Yi Futian responded and saw Yumu stepping forward. However, after just a few steps, the other man's figure disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never been there before. Even Yi Futian could feel a fluctuation of power originated from the great path of space. Yi Futian was quite amazed by what he saw. Was this Buddha's celerity? Indeed, the 6 superpowers of Buddhism were endlessly wondrous. After Yumu left, Chen Yi asked Yi Futian, Do you really mean to cultivate in Buddhist methods? Is there a problem with that? Yi Futian asked Chen Yi instead. Chen Yi shook his head. It's just that with only a few dozen days left, will that be enough time? The methods of Buddhism may be different from all the methods they had cultivated before. The more advanced the Buddhist methods, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For Yi Futian, to cultivate these methods in a limited period of time was something short of a tall order, with high levels of difficulties, as he had to compete with other Buddhas using Buddhist methods. Never mind that those figures of Buddhas or Arhats were enchanting genius talents themselves. Even those many disciples of Buddhism were impressive and striking figures. It was equivalent to the top geniuses in divine prefecture all gathering together in one place. The great paths are connected, and I am not so slow in my cultivation, Yi Futian responded. However, he saw that Chen Yi didn't quite believe it. Of course, even Yi Futian himself knew just how complicated this matter was. After all, he would be facing the topmost group of people in all of the Western world of Buddhism. However, the road that Dong Huang the Great had walked once, he must now travel on it as well, no matter what. When you cultivate Buddhist methods, I can be by your side. Perhaps it will be of some help to you, Hua Qingqing said, which surprised Chen Yi to no end. Was this possible? Chen Yi stole a glance at Hua Jiu, whose expression did not change one bit. At this time, Chen Yi couldn't help but admire Yi Futian's ability. Very well, Yi Futian nodded, and the admiration in Chen Yi's eyes turned into worship. Yi Futian had no idea of the thoughts that went through Chen Yi's mind. Hua Qingqing's words didn't mean anything else. Only Yi Futian knew how special she was. This was the reason why they came to the sacred land of Western Heaven in the first place. "Let's go," Yi Futian said as he started moving forward. "I'll pick a place," Hua Qingqing said. Yi Futian looked at her and agreed good. With that said, Hua Qingqing went first, and everyone else followed behind her. It didn't take long for the group of them to come to an ordinary temple. Very few people entered, but Hua Qingqing stepped right into it. Yi Futian accompanied her. After entering the temple, they found its library. In the library, there were rows upon rows of bookshelves on which were all the scriptures cast in jade slips. The bookshelves were engraved with words, clearly denoting their categories. Hua Qingqing took out a volume from a specific place on the shelf and handed it to Yi Futian. Yi Futian took the scripture and looked at it. This sutra was none other than one of the Buddhist basics, the Heart Sutra. Not only that, but the scriptures here all seemed to be basic Buddhist scriptures, not some high-level cultivational method, nor had they seen any scriptures about powerful Buddhist superpowers. However, Hua Qingqing brought him here first and handed him a volume of Heart Sutra. Yi Futian knew that Hua Qingqing had some prior exposure to Buddhism, although that was when she was in the lower worlds. If you can thoroughly understand the important scriptures here, then when you cultivate methods of Buddhism, you will get twice the result with half the effort, Hua Qingqing said to Yi Futian, and Yi Futian agreed. As his divine consciousness pried into the scriptures, all of a sudden, the words floated in his mind. They were the content of the scriptures. At the same time, Hua Qingqing, who was beside him, closed her eyes, and there was a mysterious force gushing out of her. Her soft lips seemed to be moving. A strange sound of Buddha seeped into Yi Futian's ears, and instantly Yi Futian entered into a state of selflessness. At that moment, it was like he had entered the heart of Buddhism, which was an amazing feeling. Chapter 2472, Cultivation in Buddhism. Although the Heart Sutra was considered an introductory study of Buddhism, it was also a classic sacred text of Buddhism, full of infinite wisdom and wonder. Yi Futian deeply immersed himself in it. The content in the Heart Sutra was not much, and it was a little too obscure and dull for beginners. Once he entered into the space of total fascination, Yi Futian seemed to exist in the space of Buddhism. He sat cross-legged and surrounded by Buddhist runes. Faintly, lingering sounds of Buddha could be heard, which was transmitted into the ears of those who could hear it, and it was deafening and unmistakable. A Buddha lamp was lit next to him, which seemed to also light up the heart for Buddha inside of him. Yi Futian almost felt that he had always been a Buddhist cultivator and was now comprehending Buddhist scriptures. As time passed, Yi Futian was surrounded by the light of Buddha. It was as if he had been covered with a layer of gold all over his body. The white garment on him faintly glowed with a golden radiance. Others were also leafing through these Buddhist scriptures next to them, but they were browsing. Even if no cultivation was involved, reading these Buddhist scriptures and meditating on them was beneficial. Yi Futian stayed here for about a month before leaving. Soon after, Hua Qingqing took him to other ancient temples to study and comprehend Buddhist scriptures that were there and cultivate Buddhist superpowers. After coming to the sacred land of Western Heaven, Yi Futian was immersed in the cultivation of Buddhism. In a blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Yi Futian had been wandering among the ancient temples during this time. The time he stayed in each location became shorter and shorter. Recently, it seemed that he was simply observing, then leaving right after. It was more like taking a tour of the place rather than cultivating. In the meantime, at the sacred land of Western Heaven, the atmosphere of all Buddha's fest was hitting a high point. The entire Western Heaven was more festive and lively than ever. There were already many people who were talking about the upcoming All Buddhas Conference. It was rumored that some great Buddhas had already arrived on the spirit mountains of all the heavens in the world of Buddhism, and they had stepped into the sacred land of Western Heavens. Some even claimed they had seen those figures with their own eyes. At this time, in a place of Buddhist cultivation in the Western Heaven, the light of Buddha surrounds this space, full of peace and joy. In one place, there was an eminent monk who was giving a lecture. Many Buddhist cultivators sat and listened quietly, their visage majestic and dignified. The light of Buddha lingered all around them as if they were preparing for the coming of the All Buddhas Conference. When the lecture was over, the phantom of those Buddhas in front gradually disappeared. The light of Buddha still circulated in the quiet space upon those Buddhist cultivators. After a while, they opened their eyes and recited the Buddha's name in thanks. "How does everyone feel?" a cultivator asked with a smile. Buddha Lord's preaching was enlightening and refreshing. "The benefits are incredible," someone replied. "The Buddha Lord has an advanced and profound understanding of Buddhism and has elucidated some of my questions about the scriptures. I feel that my cultivation has improved a few more degrees because of it," another jumped in. "Arhot's cultivation has already reached the pinnacle, and now that your comprehension has improved even more, you must be getting close to crossing the Buddha's tribulation. This time at All Buddha's Conference, you will outshine all the others." Everyone was talking and praising the man, who was none other than Shinyen Arhot. "What has that Yi Futian been doing? Is he still reading the scriptures?" Shinyen Arhot asked around. In the sacred land of Western Heaven, Yi Futian's every move could not be hidden from their eyes. The top-rated Buddha's clairvoyance could see through the endless space, and in the land of Western Heaven, they could directly zoom in on Yi Futian's location and what he was doing. Therefore, Yi Futian's cultivation in Buddhism did not escape their attention. Of course, Yi Futian never thought of concealing his whereabouts or what he was doing. He knew that his every move was under the scrutiny of these Buddhist cultivators. Tianyin Arhot, for one, had been watching him from the shadows. He heard everything loud and clear when Yi Futian was chatting with Yumu before. "Well, he has been wandering among the ancient temples of the Western Heaven, and no one has any idea as to his true intentions," someone else responded. "If you are speaking of cultivating Buddhism, going into a temple for a day or two, then walking out of it is not the way to comprehend Buddhism." Some other cultivators gave their 2 cents with a smile. His smile was tinged with a slight sense of sarcasm. It seemed he was amused by Yi Futian's lack of self-awareness. Cultivation of Buddhism must avoid impatience. Although Yi Futian is talented, he has too high of a regard for himself. Perhaps he is eager to achieve success and wants to improve his realm by comprehending and cultivating in Buddhism. However, he is just wasting his time. What if he could really comprehend Buddhism, receiving some enlightenment, and cultivated some Buddhism methods? What is his intention? Someone asked, a little curious. He wants to follow the example of Donghuang the Great, participate in the All Buddhas Conference and defeat everyone there. A Buddhist cultivator replied with a smile, and everyone suddenly burst out laughing. The whole thing looked a little comical. There was a strong sense of mockery. To defeat all the Buddhas? The golden eyes of Shinyen Arhot shot out some terrifying sharp rays. If he comes to the All Buddhas Conference and asks to participate, whatever happens after that cannot be blamed on us. Yi Futian had not yet answered for the killings of their disciples, and now he wanted to participate in the All Buddhas Conference to defeat all the Buddhas. If this was not a crazy man's talk, what else could it be? The All Buddhas Conference was a major Buddhist event. What happened hundreds of years ago when Donghuang the Great visited was not known to too many people. Only some ancient Buddhas who had cultivated for many years knew exactly what happened once upon a time. But in their generation, and at this time, they would absolutely not allow a similar occurrence again in the Buddhist sect. After Donghuang the Great became emperor, what happened here was discussed in a positive light in the land of divine prefecture and was discussed ad nauseum. However, in the eyes of these Buddhists, their major event was crashed by some outsider who then defeated all the Buddhas at their methods, was certainly not viewed in a positive light, especially those Buddhist cultivators who were defeated by Dong Huang the Great must have had a difficult time swallowing their defeats. It was said that some great Buddhas had been in retreat ever since. They had been heavily affected by the event that took place hundreds of years ago and had not yet fully recovered from it. They seemed determined not to come out of their retreat until they had proved the great path. There was even a great Buddha whose existence ended in parinirvana because of what took place. In any case, this matter within the Buddha circle, it was definitely a dishonor. Of course, there were some top Buddhas who did not mind it. From their perspective, all beings were equal, and for that, they admired Dong Huang the Great. This was because their philosophy in cultivating Buddhism was different from the rest. However, Yi Futian didn't know the things that were happening there. He continued to immerse in his own cultivation of Buddhist teachings and methods. Before they knew it, there was only 7 days' time left before the start of the All Buddhas Conference. Yi Futian stopped his comprehension of Buddhism and did not continue to cultivate in the ancient temple. At this moment, Yi Futian and his group were here, on top of a peak in the western heaven. Next to the cliff, one could survey the vast space of the western heaven below. Yi Futian sat with his legs crossed, surrounded by golden light. Now it was no longer just a simple light of Buddha. His body seemed to have turned into a golden body. He was radiant all over. It was as if it was the body of an ancient golden Buddha. With this transformation, he was surrounded by many Buddhist runes, while sounds of Buddha lingered in the air. In Yi Futian's life palace, the entire life palace was surrounded by golden light of Buddha, as if it had been transformed into a Buddha's world. In this world, a massive and boundless Buddha shadow appeared above the firmament like Dharma. It reflected upon Yi Futian, who was sitting cross-legged. Behind Yi Futian, Hua Jiu and Hua Qingqing stood there quietly, watching him cultivate. "Looks like he doesn't need my help anymore," Hua Qingqing said softly. Yi Futian's comprehension and subsequent cultivation of Buddhism astounded her. Chapter 2473, Golden Coastal Region. Yi Futian opened his eyes. The golden light of Buddha gleamed around him. Faintly, there seemed to be sounds of Buddha lingering between heaven and earth, solemn and holy. The cultivation methods of Buddhism were indeed exceptional. It calms one's body and soul, elevating one's overall state of mind, Yi Futian whispered. Hua Jiu and Hua Qingqing walked up behind him. Hua Jiu smiled and said, "That's because all the Buddhist scriptures that Qingqing has been chosen for you are superior, making this effect possible." "It's not so," Hua Qingqing said softly. In Buddhism, there is no such thing as superior or inferior among scriptures, as it is dependent on the person who seeks the enlightenment. However, the Buddhist scriptures I have chosen are in ascending order, which is indeed beneficial to the state of mind. But what truly matters is the cultivator himself. Obviously, Hua Qingqing was complimenting Yi Futian. "Speaking of which, if it were not for your help, Qingqing, I would not have been able to enter into such state of cultivation so quickly. I think not just me, but anyone with you assisting in the cultivation of Buddhism would be able to accomplish amazing results," Yi Futian concluded with a sigh. During this period of cultivation, Hua Qingqing's effect on him was as if she lit up his desire for Buddhism. He was already gifted with extraordinary talent, and because of the existence of his natal spirit, it was not difficult for him to cultivate any method of the Great Path. Now, with Hua Qingqing's help, it seemed that he was naturally suited for Buddhist cultivation. He was in perfect sync with it and was able to enter the state of Buddhist cultivation immediately. "You two can stop praising each other." Hua Jiu smiled softly. "Although the cultivation of Buddhism is going smoothly, to participate in the All Buddhas Conference, you have to face many top-level great Buddhas in the Western world of Buddhism. Many of them are hostile towards you, including the Arhats." When she spoke of this, Hua Ji was not so optimistic anymore. Just as she said, she had absolute confidence in Yi Futian's cultivation. Although it had not been long since he cultivated Buddhism, he had already had astounding successes. Still, it all depended on what kind of opponents he would be facing. However, the All Buddhas Conference was a forum for Buddhist cultivation. If Yi Futian intruded into the conference by any other means, it would be seriously out of place and defied the original intent of the All Buddhas Conference. If there were one great Buddha who had experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path among those Buddhist cultivators, Yi Futian would be hard-pressed to contend with that. I understand, Yi Futian nodded. Even though he felt some pressure, Yi Futian was trying to maintain a balanced mindset, which perhaps was related to his recent cultivation. He looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "If we fail this time, we'll have to find another way. We are just fighting for a chance this time. In fact, everything that happens in the sacred land of the Western Heaven must not be hidden from the Lord of all Buddhas. As long as he wants, everything will be known to him. Even if we fail, if the Lord of all Buddhas wants to receive me, he will. If he doesn't want to receive me, then he won't." Hua Qingqing seemed extremely at peace as she spoke casually. Although she did not possess a high level of cultivation, her mentality revealed extreme serenity. She was at ease with everything that was happening at the moment. Yi Futian nodded. Hua Qingqing's words were quite right. Buddhism had 6 superpowers and many other fascinating and amazing methods, the wonders of which were infinite. The Lord of all Buddhas cultivated all the methods of Buddhism, so how could he not know all that was happening in the sacred land of Western Heaven? At this time, there were footsteps behind them. It was Blind Tai who came over and said to Yi Futian, "There are only a few days left before the All Buddhas Conference, and the cultivators of the Western Heaven have gathered in one direction. Those Buddhist cultivators have also gone there, preparing to go to the Spirit Mountain of the Western Heaven. Shouldn't we be getting ready to go as well?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded and said, "It is time to take off." After that, he contacted Mo Yunzi with his mind. Soon, Mo Yunzi arrived with Feng Siyuan and the others. He turned into his original form. Yi Futian and his group walked onto the back of the Golden Wing Rock. The rock's wings spread wide, breaking through the sky, rushing forward. At this moment, in the sky above the Western Heaven, there were cultivators everywhere, traveling by air. Many of them were Buddhist cultivators, surrounded by the light of Buddha. Yi Futian looked around to take in the sight. Many cultivators were in the air, and all of them were heading in the same direction. To the west of the Western Heaven, there was a golden coastal region. This area was said to be endowed with spirit, and only those who cultivated Buddhism may cross. Common cultivators, without exception, had no way to cross this sea. Therefore, this coastal region was also known as the Sea of Buddha. At this time, countless cultivators gathered in front of this golden coastal region. Their eyes looked far ahead, where the other end of the sea seemed to be connected with the sky. There, one could vaguely see the golden light of Buddha above the firmament, radiant beyond words, as if it was a world of Buddhism outside of this world. Everyone knew that was where Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven was located. Lord of all Buddhas had once cultivated there, and to this day, the Spirit Mountain of the Western Heaven was still considered the cultivation court of the Lord of all Buddhas. Of course, the Lord of all Buddhas had long since transcended the earthly world and was no longer bound by the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Now it was most other Buddhas who cultivated at the Spirit Mountain. All those Buddhist cultivators clasped their hands in front of them, appearing exceedingly pious. They then stepped into the sea and traveled by Buddhist boats, dazzling with the light of Buddha, as if on a pilgrimage. Their entire bodies were submerged in the light of Buddha. As time progressed, many figures could be discerned in this golden sea, scattered in different places in the sea, but all were moving in the same direction. The scene was incredibly spectacular. Who knows when little monks like us will have the opportunity to participate in the All Buddhas Conference? Some Buddhist cultivators with a lower level of cultivation sighed and wondered. His eyes, which focused on the golden sea, were filled with endless yearning. He put his hands together and gestured towards the far distance as if in prayer. In the crowd, many cultivators were doing the same thing he was. That's a Buddhist cultivator under the tutelage of Tongchan Buddha, Lord. Someone looked in a particular direction. Tongchan Arhut is also there, someone else added, looking at a wickedly handsome Buddhist cultivator. This group of cultivators stepped into the sea and moved forward. More and more great Buddhas were coming, but they moved forward in the same way, without any exception. This was the only way to reach the Spirit Mountain, as there were no other shortcuts. Even those top Buddha lords had to cross the sea in order to get there. As the time of the All Buddhas Conference drew closer, the number of people in this coastal region gradually decreased. Most of them had already gone to Spirit Mountain in advance, not wanting to miss the grand occasion of the All Buddhas Conference. When Futian and the others arrived, there were not so many people who were crossing the sea anymore. They walked to the very front of the coastal region, looking at the light of Buddha that was sprinkling down from the sky in the distance. The end of the sea seemed to be part of the sky, the ultimate holy land for those who cultivated Buddhism, Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven. However, Futian did not set off immediately but was waiting. When all the Buddhist cultivators were gone, he would then cross the sea. Chapter 2474, Buddhas at Spirit Mountain. As time went by, fewer and fewer people were crossing the Golden Sea. All Buddhas Fest had entered its last month, and the All Buddhas Conference would be held on the Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven. With no more Buddhist cultivators to cross over the Golden Sea, many cultivators held lotuses in their hands and placed them into the Golden Sea. Suddenly, those lotus blossoms seemed to be effused with a golden glow, drifting towards the center of the sea as if they were transforming into golden lotus flowers. Countless others repeated this same action. Soon, those who had released the lotus flowers clasped their hands together in front of them, worshipping the golden sea with their eyes closed. The sound of Buddha came out of their mouths. These tremendously pious folks seemed to be praying for blessings. The sound of Buddha reverberated throughout heaven and earth as if forming a resonance in this corner of the world. Futian stood in front of the coast. With the sound of Buddha in his ears, he was compelled to clasp his hands together as well. His expression was one of great solemnity. Nowadays, he considered himself one of the Buddhist cultivators. In their own ways, these cultivators of Buddhism seemed to pray for the success of the All Buddhas Conference. And something seemed to respond to this sound of Buddha, which lingered between heaven and earth. At the end of the Golden Sea, where it bordered the sky, the infinitely dazzling light of Buddha lit up, then sprinkled over the sea. The light covered this boundless coastal region with an even brighter golden glow. Even a sound of Buddha came from yonder, which created some kind of resonance with the sound of Buddha on this side. Suddenly, many Buddhist cultivators who were unable to cross the sea sat cross-legged by the sea and cultivated there with their eyes closed. The sight in front of them was so spectacular and palpable that Chun Yi, Fong Siyuan, and the others felt its solemnity and holiness as well. They couldn't help but bow, with their hands clasped in front of them, to the other end of the sea. Conceivably, this light of Buddha must be a sign signifying the start of the All Buddhas Conference. Long afterward, the sound of Buddha that lingered between heaven and earth gradually dissipated, but the light of Buddha remained. It continued to illuminate the world. Gradually, some left, while others still sat by the edge of the sea to cultivate. The coastal region with so many people cultivating was, in fact, strangely quiet. "When are you leaving?" Chin Yi walked next to Futian and asked. Yi Futian glanced into the distance and whispered, "It's about time." As he was speaking, he looked at Hua Qingqing beside him and said, "Qingqing, are you ready?" Yes, Hua Qingqing nodded. Her face was very tranquil, and her beautiful eyes were clear and pure. "Let's go then," Yi Futian said with a smile. His heart was without disturbance. Hua Jiu stood on the other side and whispered, "You too be careful." "I know." Yi Futian smiled at Hua Jiu, knowing that she was still a little nervous. Only Hua Qingqing and he would embark on this journey. Hua Jiu and the others did not cultivate Buddhism. Therefore, they could not cross the sea. Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing stepped into the golden water, and a Buddha boat appeared at their feet, drifting forward and carried them into the golden sea. "Master!" Little Ling, Fong Xiyuan, and the others stepped forward and looked towards the departing figure of Yi Futian. They were all a little unsure. On this trip, their master was about to go to the spirit mountain of Western Heaven, where all the Buddhas would be gathering. Among these Buddhas, there was no telling how many strong cultivators there would be. If they wanted to kill Yi Futian, he would have no way of fighting back. Yi Futian waved his hand with his back towards them. He then sat cross-legged on the Buddha boat as a light of Buddha illuminated upon him. It was as if he had been incarnated into a Buddha himself. Hua Qingqing stood behind him with a small smile on her face as she looked at the far end of the sea. Her garments, likewise, were bathed in the light of Buddha. With her hands clasped together, her visage was one of solemn majesty. It was like that of a bodhisattva. All the countless people in front of the sea regarded that lonely Buddha boat in front of them with surprise. The sight before them was as perfect as a painting. Were these two on their way to the spirit mountain of Western Heaven? The two of them floated on the sea in the Buddha boat, moving forward. The Buddha sea was like a golden mirror. When Yi Futian looked down at his reflection in the sea, he did not know whether he was traveling in the water or that he was walking in the sky. Yi Futian smiled, then closed his eyes, cultivating quietly. He was allowing the Buddha boat to float forward without distraction or worry. Hua Qingqing stood there quietly as if she was in charge of the advancement of the boat. Bathed in the light of Buddha, she appeared sacred and beautiful. The Buddha boat moved forward slowly, and it seemed to be very far away from the other end of the sea. They had no idea when they would ever arrive. Day by day the time went by. In a blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. The Buddha boat was still floating in the golden sea, easily losing the passage of time. Hua Qingqing and Yi Futian did not exchange one word. They were extremely quiet. The end of Western Heaven is still far away, but they did not feel the least bit of impatience. This was the Buddha Sea, and the Buddha Sea had cognizance of its own. When they were allowed to cross over, they would arrive. If the Buddha Sea did not want them to cross, they would not get there no matter how much they forced it. This here was the Buddha's world. As they were still drifting, Yi Futian continued to cultivate quietly and comprehend the Buddhist methods. Hua Qingqing, likewise, stood there quietly, without disturbing Yi Futian's cultivation. After some time had passed, the All Buddhas Conference had been progressing for more than 20 days at this point, with only the last 3 days remaining. Hua Qingqing realized that they were still on the sea, and the distance to Spirit Mountain at the end of the sea had not changed at all. It was as if they would never reach their destination. However, at this moment, there was a sudden surge of the light of Buddha that rippled over the sea, and the golden surface of the sea was suddenly tossed with waves. Then several figures of Buddha floated up from the golden sea, standing in front of them. Their hands were clasped together in front of them, and the sound of Buddha came out of their mouths. Amitabha. Likewise, Hua Qingqing put her hands together and bowed to salute the Buddhas who were present. Finally, Yi Futian stopped cultivating as he opened his eyes, clasping his hands in front of him, and saluted. Youngster Yi Futian comes to visit the spirit mountain of the Western Heaven. You two benefactors are both endowed with roots of wisdom, another Buddha said. Then among them, the water mist surged from the golden sea, turning into a golden door, which illuminated another world inside, as if it was the grand view of the Spirit Mountain. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yi Futian bowed again to thank them. Then the Buddha boat continued moving forward and drifting towards the door. Soon, the Buddha boat went through the door and drove inside. In the next moment, it disappeared. When they disappeared, the door disappeared immediately as well. All the phantoms of the Buddhas turned into a watery mist and returned to the sea. Everything was as it was before, as if nothing had ever happened. However, in another place, when Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing reappeared once again, there was no more Buddha boat under them. They were standing on pure soil now. Looking forward, they saw a sky full of Buddhas as the light of Buddha shone upon them. From bottom to top, many Buddhas could be seen standing in this space. When they beheld the sight before them, Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing were both very solemn. They put their hands together and greeted all the Buddhas in the sky, appearing extremely pious. The Buddhas seemed to know that they were coming, and they seemed to be waiting for them. Countless eyes fell on the two of them. Under the brilliance of the light of Buddha, both Yi Futian and Hua Qingqing felt an invisible sense of pressure. This was not deliberate, however. Whoever faced so many Buddhas in the sky at once would feel the pressure, just like they did. Chapter 2475 Dharma of the Alakanatha Battle Form. Yi Futian looked at all the Buddhas in the sky. Although he felt the pressure distinctly, he would still face it with the utmost tranquility. In Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven, all the Buddhas in the sky, from the bottom up, were organized with an obvious hierarchy. Those Buddhas with stronger cultivation were sitting in higher places. It seemed that there were several layers of heavens. This was something that Yi Futian took notice of. Everything in the world had its own order. The same held true for even the Buddhas. Yi Futian, you had killed disciples of Buddhism. How dare you show your face in Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven? There was a voice that came from above, chastising him. A pressure of might now spread towards Yi Futian as many eyes fell on him. Many of them were obviously hostile. They never imagined that Yi Futian would dare to come here and step on the ultimate holy land of Western Heaven. Yi Futian looked around at the Buddhas. His expression was calm enough. He asked, "May I ask the Buddhas this? What if someone was trying to take your cultivation, robbing you of your divine items and threatening your life? What would you do?" No one answered him, but they knew why he asked. Everything that happened previously in 6 Desires Heaven was because those cultivators had attempted to take the divine body away from him. I ask the Buddhas humbly, would people who act like this be worthy of being called Buddhas? Yi Futian followed up with yet another question. On the Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven, there was a moment of silence. Then a great Buddha responded, "Not worthy. In that case, I haven't slain any Buddha. These claims are nothing more than baseless, false accusations." Yi Futian clasped his hands together and continued, "Yi Futian came here today, seeking an audience with the Lord of all Buddhas." As the Buddhas whispered amongst themselves, many Buddhist cultivators glanced at Hua Qingqing, who stood behind Yi Futian. They could discern that there was something extraordinary about her. However, for Yi Futian to take her here to see the Lord of all Buddhas was clearly a bit self-aggrandizing on Yi Futian's part. Of course, they also knew that Yi Futian came here this time because he wanted to emulate Dong Huang. "Yi Futian, you came from Divine Prefecture and have only been in the Western Heaven for a few months. For what reason do you think you deserve an audience with the Lord of all Buddhas?" A Buddha asked. Some people even jeered in their hearts. This guy had not a clue of his own ability, nor its limits. Buddha says that all beings are equal and there is no distinction of high and low. I am here sincerely asking for an audience. Why is that forbidden? Yi Futian asked in return. All beings are equal, and there is no distinction between high and low. However, there is a distinction between high and low in Buddhist methods, someone replied. Yi Futian, the All Buddhas Conference, is a time when all Buddhists gather to study the methods with each other. We know that you meant to emulate the feat of Donghuang the Great, but you have only cultivated in Buddhist methods for mere months. It's still a long way away from when you can compete using Buddhist methods. Furthermore, even if you are outstanding in Buddhist methods, it is no guarantee whether the Lord of all Buddhas wishes to grant you an audience. All beings are indeed equal. It is precisely because of this that all beings have no obligation to agree to any demands from the others. Yi Futian nodded slightly and said, I understand it is completely up to the Lord of all Buddhas to decide whether he will receive me or not. Although I have only cultivated Buddhist methods for a short time, I know that the cultivation does not lie in the length of time. I have no intention to follow in the footsteps of Donghuang the Great. I am only here because I desire an audience with the Lord of all Buddhas. Since this is the only opportunity available to me, that is why I am here. As he was speaking, he took a few steps forward and said, Therefore, Yi Futian would like to exchange Buddhist methods with the Buddhas who are in attendance. Please advise. He put his hands together once again and bowed to salute them. He appeared to be very respectful. However, he was neither obsequious nor arrogant when facing all these Buddhas in the sky. He was extremely calm and confident. Upon the Spirit Mountain, Buddha's peaceful and benevolent light covered this space, making it more holy than ever. The Buddhas looked at the man with white hair, and they were a little curious. Hundreds of years ago, another cultivator came from Divine Prefecture to exchange with the Buddhas. What would be the difference between this one and Donghuang the Great from once upon a time? Since Benefactor Yi wants to have an exchange in Buddhist methods, who is willing to give it a try? Said a great Buddha at the highest place of Spirit Mountain, clearly granting Yi Futian's request. Yi Futian looked over there and saw that the speaker was none other than Wutian Buddha, Lord himself, and he felt a little relieved. His uninvited presence at Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven was truly a bit disrespectful. The worst-case scenario was he being forcibly driven out of Spirit Mountain. If that happened, it would definitely be impossible for him to see the Lord of all Buddhas. The words of Wutian Buddha, Lord, no doubt gave him a fighting chance. All the Buddhas in the sky fixed their eyes on Yi Futian. They could perceive Yi Futian's cultivation at the peak of Renhuang in the 8th realm, and they had long heard of Yi Futian's combat effectiveness. When he was in the original realm, they had already heard that Yi Futian was an invincible existence in the Renhuang realm. With the help of the divine body, he could punish even those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Of course, Yi Futian couldn't leverage the divine body or any other objects at present. He had only the option to fight using Buddhist methods. And Yi Futian had only cultivated the Buddhist methods for a few months. It was in this context that the Buddhas had taken Yi Futian's cultivation into consideration. At this moment, a Buddha came forward. His entire body was brilliant and massive. It was as if cast from pure gold. His cultivation was exceptional, Buddhist path 9th realm, which was equivalent to peak Renhuang. This is Giant Spirit Buddha, Wutian Buddha, Lord introduced. Giant Spirit Buddha bowed with his hands together in front of him and said to Yi Futian, Benefactor Yi, pleased to meet you. Yi Futian looked at Giant Spirit Buddha, who was several heads taller than himself. His hands clasped in front of him, and he was surrounded by golden light. He sat down cross-legged and said, There's a mention in Buddhist scriptures that as long as the Buddha's heart is determined and faithful, it cannot be shaken, and that Akalanatha battle form could be achieved. Is that correct? It seems that Benefactor Yi has indeed paid attention in the cultivation of Buddhist methods. Praise the Giant Spirit Buddha. If so, please go ahead. When Yi Futian finished speaking, he who was sitting cross-legged closed his eyes. His heart was as steady and indestructible a rock. His entire body was shining with golden divine light, and a humongous Buddha statue appeared now, turning into the Dharma of Akalanatha battle form. Both of its hands were held in different positions. It was as if his thoughts had been proven and had turned him into a Buddha. This sight truly astonished the many Buddhas on the Spirit Mountain, and the giant Spirit Buddha was no exception. However, his body began to expand and enlarge. It turned into a Buddha, which was about the same size as the Alakanatha battle form, but even more stalwart and full of power. The expanded version of giant Spirit Buddha was holding a Vajra pestle radiated with the light of Buddha. He picked it up overhead with both his hands and smashed directly towards the Alakanatha Buddha form. However, Yi Futian remained motionless, his eyes closed. His inaction caused many people to sweat for him. When the Vajra pestle blasted down, a violent roar was heard, and the Alakanatha battle form shook because of it. But its golden torso did not suffer the slightest crack, and it remained as immovable as a mountain, true to the meaning of indestructibility. The golden light of Buddha circulated above the Dharma of the Akalanatha battle form. It was as if many Buddhist runes were floating around, making him a true incarnation of the Buddha. When he saw this, the giant Spirit Buddha knew that he had lost. He put down the Vajra pestle and put his hands together to bow to Yi Futian. Just as Benefactor Yi said, the cultivation of Buddhism does not depend on the length of time spent in cultivation. For you to achieve the Akalanatha battle form in just a few months and comprehend the truth there within, I dare say, Benefactor Yi, is indeed predestined with my Lord Buddha. Little monk, I am ashamed that I am not fit to compete. After that, the giant Spirit Buddha stepped back out of his own volition. Yi Futian came to the Spirit Mountain of the Western Heaven to exchange Buddhist methods, and in just one battle, he had demonstrated his attainments in Buddhist methods to all the Buddhas in the Western Heaven. Chapter 2476, Buddhist Spell. Benefactor Yi has already acquired the essence of Alakanatha battle form. It seems that he accomplished much in these past few months of cultivation. Nobody should underestimate him, a great Buddha commented as he looked at Yi Futian, who was below. The Dharma of Alakanatha battle form was also known as Alakanatha battle form, a very powerful battle form in Buddhism. The cultivation of this battle form was extremely demanding regarding one's state of mind. No one ever suspected that Yi Futian would fully comprehend and cultivate this technique in such a short period. In another direction, many Buddhist cultivators looked at each other. Shunyan Arhut was among these cultivators. Not long ago, they discussed that Yi Futian had only cultivated Buddhism for months and did not stay long in the many places he visited. He would go to some ancient temple for 2 or 3 days before moving on to another one. They did not think this was the way for anyone to cultivate Buddhism properly. But obviously they were wrong. They had underestimated Yi Futian's talent in Buddhism. Not only did he successfully cultivated Buddhist methods, but he had also achieved great things. Although the giant Spirit Buddha was not some major Buddhist figure, he was, after all, in existence in the 9th realm of the Buddhist path. Nevertheless, he was unable to break apart Yi Futian's battle form. The gap between the two was glaring. This demonstrated that Yi Futian's strength was so considerable that unless it were top-level Buddhist cultivators, it would not be easy to repel him. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at all the Buddhas. He then walked forward with a solemn expression, hands clasped together in front of him. He maintained a grave and dignified demeanor without being the least impertinent. His lips moved slightly, and sounds of Buddha seemed to come out of his mouth. It was rather difficult to hear what he was saying. Only the lingering sound of Buddha was audible. He walked forward as if he intended to get to the highest point on a whim. This was to meet the greatest Buddhas of them all, the Lord of all Buddhas. Those great Buddhas felt a sense of déjà vu when they beheld this sight. Hundreds of years ago, Donghuang the Great, like him, walked all the way up to the top and had met the Lord of all Buddhas. Yi Futian, likewise, was also from the divine prefecture. Bang! Another great Buddha stepped out at this time. This great Buddha was a Buddhist cultivator under Tianluan Vajra Buddha Lord. He had an amazing aura that gave the onlookers a sense of incredible pressure of aggression. When he was standing in front of Yi Futian, a golden dharma appeared behind him, as a domain suddenly manifested between heaven and earth with Yi Futian in the middle of it. Height above the sky, numerous glaring Vajra Buddhas appeared, pressing down with mighty coercion. These glaring Vajras were fierce and frightening, with terrifying auras. The Buddha that had walked out also transformed into a Vajra Buddha himself. As he stretched out his golden right arm, suddenly those glaring Vajras also stretched out their arms, blasting towards Yi Futian at the same time. However, a series of ancient, golden words continued to pour out of Yi Futian's lips as the sounds of Buddha lingered. That Buddhist cultivator who walked out had a look of caution on his face. This was a Buddhist spell. Did he actually cultivate the Buddhist spell? All around Yi Futian, powerful and domineering Vajras holding the Dharma, spewing out mantras as an unparalleled golden light of Buddha radiated from them. When those many arms blasted down for the kill, they found they could not move him 1 inch. At the same time, with the sound of Buddha that poured out of Yi Futian's mouth, many of those Buddha phantoms in the void began to crack. Then they shattered. A Buddhist mantra in the form of runes landed on them, causing their golden body to collapse and pulverize. Aside from those Buddha phantoms, the Buddhist cultivator that had walked out suffered, too. Countless runes of Buddhist mantra attached themselves to his golden body and erupted in golden divine light. The light of Buddha was blinding as his golden body exploded. He let out an enraged scream, trying to escape the runes of mantra. However, the runes were endless and infinite, completely shrouding the void. Along with those roaring sounds, the golden body shattered, and that Buddhist cultivator was knocked out. He gave a muffled groan as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His golden body was broken, and he was injured. Yi Futian bowed his head and said nothing. He clasped his hands together in front of them and continued, moving forward. When that Buddhist cultivator saw Yi Futian coming, he involuntarily backed away to let Yi Futian walk past him. Vajra spell. All the Buddhas looked at Yi Futian in amazement. In addition to the Alakanatha battle form, Yi Futian had also cultivated the Vajra spell, a Buddhist spell. There were many powerful spells in Buddhism that were extremely effective. There were even spells that could transcend the dead and send them into the cycles of reincarnation. The spell Yi Futian used just now was the Vajra spell, which was a particularly domineering type of spell. It was a perfect complement with the Alakanatha battle form, and together they formed a powerful and unstoppable duo. It was no wonder that the Buddhist cultivator had been unable to stop him from advancing. It was pure coincidence when Yi Futian first cultivated the spell. He had already cultivated the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm previously, which was a rhythm technique of Buddhism. It turned out that Vajra demon-slaying rhythm was derived from the Vajra spell, which was also a part of the spell itself. With an existing foundation and an expert in the way of rhythm, Yi Futian's cultivation of the Vajra spell was a natural choice. He was able to take control of it quickly, and its power was indeed domineering and tyrannical. Afterward, another Buddhist cultivator came out, still someone in the 9th realm, but there was no success. He was crushed by Yi Futian, just like all the others before him. With the Vajra spell on top of the Alakanatha battle form, Yi Futian was solid and unmovable. However, the others could not withstand his attacks. They couldn't even stop his advancement, as he was still walking forward. Seeing that Yi Futian was so impossibly dominant, some Buddhist cultivators stepped forward one after another. Some wanted to stymie Yi Futian's forward progress, and some wanted to experience Yi Futian's strength. But all of them, without exception, were not able to stop him. On both sides, there was a collection of quite a few wounded cultivators. However, Yi Futian was merciful. He didn't go overboard and hurt anyone grievously, as all of them were only slightly injured. After all, this was the spirit mountain of the Western Heaven, the supreme holy land of the world of Buddhism, the place where the Lord of all Buddhas once cultivated. Soon, Yi Futian passed through the lowest layer and stepped up onto the golden sea of clouds. All around him, the auras of these Buddhist cultivators were becoming stronger, as their statuses were also elevated. Just as that great Buddha said before, all beings were equal, and there was no difference among Buddhas. However, there was a distinction between Buddhist methods. From the highest point, those Buddha lords watched Yi Futian making his way up towards them. Some Buddha lords whispered, "I didn't expect that someone from the divine prefecture, after having cultivated Buddhism for a few months, could reach this level of achievement. It seems that unless the direct disciples of the Buddha lords intervene, it will be difficult to stop benefactor Yi. Could it be that the Buddhas cultivated the methods for many years and are still not as good as the few months someone spent in cultivation?" Other great Buddhas looked around the crowd and questioned. This great Buddha was none other than Shinyen Buddha Lord, whose speech was as belligerent. His gaze was frightening. Zhu Ho, who was killed in Jinan City, was a disciple of his. Of course, there were many disciples under him, and the death of one was hardly a great matter to him. As someone who was a Buddha Lord, he didn't need to deal with the nitty-gritty of these matters. Nonetheless, it was his disciple who had died, and now the culprit had come here, crashing through the spirit mountain of the Western Heaven. He was certainly unhappy about this turn of events. If this man were allowed to pass through Spirit Mountain, wouldn't it be a slap in the face for the Buddhas who were here? All the Buddhas cultivated the same methods, but Buddhism was infinite, and the way it was cultivated by each person was different as well. It was the same with figures such as the Buddha Lords. Their ideals and philosophies differed depending on who they were. Upon hearing the words of Shinyen Buddha Lord, one of his disciples immediately came forward. He was still a cultivator in the 9th realm with a terrifying aura of cultivation. He stood in front of Yi Futian, opened up his heavenly eyes, and looked at Yi Futian. It was as if he could see through Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head to glance at the other man and thought, a disciple of Shinyen Buddha, Lord? Previously, these people had stopped him in the sacred land of the Western Heaven. If they were not on a killing hiatus because of the All Buddhas Fest, perhaps they would be seeking revenge for Zhu Ho by now. Chapter 2477, Mahavairakana. The cultivator who came forward was under the tutelage of Shinyen Buddha, Lord. He frowned when he used his heavenly eyes to examine Yi Futian. Buddha's clairvoyance was one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, infinitely wondrous. Buddha's clairvoyance could see through all things and everything. When cultivated to its ultimate state, it could see into someone's past and future. It was true that Yi Futian had released the Dharma, but his realm was higher than that of Yi Futian's. Using the Buddha's clairvoyance, he should be able to detect all of Yi Futian's weaknesses, unhindered by the Dharma. He would then see through the essence of Yi Futian, thus defeating him using the most effective superpower. However, the Buddha's clairvoyance revealed nothing but primordial chaos. He was unable to see anything clearly, as if in a state of complete nothingness. He even had a suspicious feeling that Yi Futian was like the real Buddha, the purest Buddhist cultivator whose body was cast in gold. Under the blessing of the Dharma, he was solemn and sacred. This was usually what happened when he looked into other great Buddhas with clairvoyance. Why did this happen when he looked at Yi Futian? He's a little odd. Not only him, but his fellow disciples were all looking at Yi Futian at this time, golden light of Buddhas shining from their eyes. They used the heavenly eyes to pry and spy. However, Even as close as they were, their efforts were equally futile as they could not properly comprehend his depth. It gave them an illusion that Buddha's clairvoyance had absolutely no effect on Yi Futian. Indeed, perhaps he has divine items or some blessings on him that could resist the prying eyes of Buddha's clairvoyance, the people next to him suggested. If Buddha's clairvoyance was unable to see through Yi Futian, then the only way to deal with Yi Futian was by real combat, which would not be easy, to put it mildly. After all, Yi Futian had demonstrated extraordinary combat effectiveness when he fought before, consistently crushing Buddhist cultivators in the ninth realm. However, the person who came forward was their fellow disciples, cultivating under the same master, Shinyen Buddha Lord. Even if he couldn't pry or see through Yi Futian, his cultivation in Buddhist methods ought to be on equal ground for him to compete with Yi Futian. That Buddhist cultivator's expression sobered up quite a bit now. With a thought, this space suddenly transformed into a realm of Buddhism. Behind him, a Tianyin Buddha appeared. At the same time, countless pairs of eyes appeared in the surrounding space. The sight was a little eerie. Those many eyes looked in Yi Futian's direction simultaneously. When Yi Futian looked at those eyes, countless images appeared in his mind, like illusions. Each pair of eyes contained a different phantasmatic image, which directly took Yi Futian into what seemed to be the world of ice sorcery. Yi Futian found that he seemed to have entered into another world, the space of ice sorcery, the world of the Buddhas. Obviously, he knew this was a false illusion, but somehow he was still taken there regardless of that knowledge. However, he did not waver. Sounds of Sanskrit came out of his mouth as the Alakanatha battle form released a brilliant light of Buddha behind him. The light of Buddha surrounded him and expelled all deceptions. Numerous pairs of heavenly eyes were still, suspended in the air, but he stood his ground and did not move. All illusions were emptiness. Buzz. At the same time, the golden light of Buddha radiated out of the heavenly eyes which descended upon Yi Futian. Suddenly, Yi Futian felt his body was being restrained. It was difficult for him to move. He couldn't even lift his feet. Buddhist runes continuously flew out of his mouth, flying towards those many pairs of eyes in the void. The Alakanatha battle form released an even more brilliant light of Buddha. Yi Futian remained still. That Buddhist cultivator raised his hand, and a golden divine sword appeared in the hand of the Tianyin Buddha who was behind him. This sword was blessed by the light of Buddha, and it seemed to be able to cut down all falsehoods and immolate all evil spirits. At the same time, there seemed to be images of Buddhas that reflected in those heavenly eyes. They made the same movement as the Buddha, who slashed down with the divine sword, heaving it into Yi Futian's body. Immobilization technique, Juxia sword. When all the Buddhist cultivators witnessed the sight, they recognized these two powerful Buddhist superpowers. He had leveraged the heavenly eyes to release the immobilization technique and Juxia sword to create a combination so powerful that they could break through all the falsehoods and punish the physical body directly. No evil spirits could stop the attacks from the divine sword. Yi Futian had spent several months comprehending Buddhism in the ancient temples of the Western Heaven. Although it was impossible for him to cultivate all of Buddhism's superpowers, he had some basic understanding of many Buddhist methods. He clearly recognized the immobilization technique and Juxia sword. The combination and complementarity of the two Buddhist superpowers were indeed unparalleled and astounding. What would happen when the Alakanatha battle form encountered the Juxia sword? The light of Buddha on Yi Futian's body was dazzling incessantly. The Vajra spell was spat out from him and landed on those pairs of heavenly eyes. However, the Juxia sword had already smashed down and blasted on the battle form. Suddenly, cracks in the Alakanatha battle form appeared. At the same time, the body began to fall apart, and the Vajra spell struck many heavenly eyes, destroying them completely. The Juxia sword smashed down, and just as it was about to make contact with Yi Futian's body, another blazing light of Buddha bloomed. The golden light overwhelmed the sky with indescribable radiance. A Buddha rose up, pushing the Juxia sword upward in the opposite direction. A golden sun appeared above the firmament. Yi Futian seemed to have incarnated into an ancient Buddha, whose brilliance was shining through the ages. A golden divine flame was burning upon the Buddha's body. So fervent and strong was it that the Juxia sword began to catch on fire and started burning. Little by little it was being destroyed. Mahavarakana! All the Buddhas were a little taken aback by what they were seeing. Yi Futian had previously displayed two powerful Buddhist superpowers, the Alakanatha battle forms and the Vajra spell. Now he was unleashing a third Buddhist superpower, the Mahavarakana. How did he achieve that? The Mahavarakana Buddha was a Dharmakaya. The Mahavarakana was considered one of the strongest Dharmakayas in Buddhism. Even many of the top great Buddhas in Buddhism found it challenging to cultivate. It required total mastery of Buddhist methods in order to comprehend a thing or two about it. How could Yi Futian be capable of cultivating the Mahavarakana? It's not right. There is no Mahavarakana cultivation in any of the ancient temples. All that was there were just a few simple introductions. So how did he cultivate it? Unless he did not just start cultivating Buddhist methods in the past few months, but had started cultivating it a long time ago? Some Buddhist cultivators question this remarkable event. Mahavarakana is one of the most powerful Dharmakayas of Buddhism. It was never passed on to outsiders. How did he cultivate it? Where did he steal it from? Someone else questioned in an accusatory tone. Buddha Lord, this young man's intention is highly suspect. His cultivation should be abolished. Someone looked at the great Buddhas high above and suggested. Just as they were talking amongst themselves, the Mahavarakana was still expanding, burning the Juxia sword to a crisp, breaking through the immobilization technique and all those pairs of heavenly eyes. A thunderous rumbling sound came out, and the boundless and massive Mahavarakana raised his palm and slammed it forward. When it was unleashed, it was obvious that it was none other than the palm of Mahavarakana. The Buddhist cultivator summoned the Dharmakaya to contend, but the terrifying palm of Mahavarakana blasted down, shattering everything. There was a loud bang as cracks appeared on the ground. That Buddhist cultivator grunted as if he was about to be crushed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his golden body broken into pieces. Bang! With a loud boom, the palm of Mahavarakana smashed the golden body into pieces, leaving a terrible giant palm print on the ground, and it then dissipated and disappeared. However, that Buddhist cultivator was now breathing shallowly as blood came out of the corners of his mouth. He looked extremely weak. He had clearly lost the ability to fight again. When they looked at Yi Futian once more, they saw the light of Buddha shine brightly on the vast space, and the Mahavarakana radiated infinitely rays of light. It was as if Yi Futian had already proved himself as a Buddha. At this moment, Yi Futian was like the true Buddha. Chapter 2478. The Threat. Mahavarakana. The Buddhist cultivator who was defeated by Yi Futian just stared at him. He had cultivated Buddhist methods for many years under Shinyen Buddha Lord. He had followed him all these years and had the opportunity to be preached and taught by the Buddha Lord himself. However, even so, some of the most profound Buddhist methods were still difficult to cultivate. This Mahavarakana was considered a top-level Buddhist method and was known as one of the strongest and most superior Dharmakayas in Buddhism. The Mahavarakana Buddha was a Dharmakaya Buddha who once achieved in the cultivation of this Dharma, attained the Dharmakaya, and was incarnated as the Mahavarakana. It was extremely virile in nature and powerful beyond description. Incorruptible by any means, it was capable of overcoming all evil spirits. But this superior method that he was unable to cultivate, Yi Futian did. This cultivator from the divine prefecture had only been in contact with Buddhism for a few months. When did you cultivate the Mahavarakana? That Buddhist cultivator's eyes were solemn and grave, and he had quite forgotten about his own injury. The shock in his heart was stronger. It far surpassed the impact that physical injuries had imposed on him. Yi Futian did not respond. He put his hands together in front of him, looking at the great Buddha high above the spirit mountain, and said, "The Lord of all Buddhas preached Buddhism throughout the world. The hope is so that everyone in the world would be able to understand the mystery of Buddhism. Therefore, why is my cultivation of the Mahavarakana considered a sin? It ought to be regarded as my destiny with Buddhism." "Amit Ba," Wu Tian Buddha said with his hands together. "Yi Futian's words are true enough. Buddhism spreads throughout the world. If he is able to cultivate it, then it is his destiny in Buddhism, not to mention that his cultivation of it was complete. If anyone accused him of stealing while all the Buddha lords are still around, this statement would sound a little too far-fetched and absurd. All Buddhist superpowers were infinitely wondrous. How could Yi Futian learn of such superior Buddhist methods in secret? If he really did, they should have known easily enough. Even so, how did he cultivate this Mahavarakana?" Shinyen Buddha, Lord asked. He had always been somewhat hostile towards Yi Futian. Of course, this did not mean that he regarded Yi Futian as an enemy. In his eyes, Yi Futian was but a youngster who had relied on sneaky means to cause the demise of several Lord-level figures. He had used the explosion of the divine body to injure Saint Jinchan severely. None of these happenings were based on Yi Futian's own strength. As a great Buddha in the world of Buddhism, why would he even care about an insignificant youngster like Yi Futian? But he disapproved of the way he behaved. If I told you that when I was cultivating Buddhism, a Buddha had instructed me in Buddhist methods, thus aiding me in the cultivation of the Mahavarakana, would the Buddha, Lord, believe me? Yi Futian said, "That's absurd." Shinyen Buddha, Lord, stared at Yi Futian. He asked, "Which great Buddha taught methods to you?" "As Buddha said, silence is the word," Yi Futian responded, which was reciprocated by a cold snort from Shinyen Buddha Lord. Suddenly, a coercion descended on Yi Futian across the space, from top to bottom, oppressing him completely. "Today, I came here humbly seeking Buddhist methods. Does the Buddha, Lord, wish to come out himself and demonstrate?" Yi Futian asked. He had only the cultivation of Renhuang in the 8th realm and had not been cultivated in Buddhist methods for long. If a Buddha as respectable as Shinyen Buddha, Lord himself, were to engage him in battle, then it would very clearly be a case of an unfair fight. Under the circumstance, how could they continue to discuss or exchange Buddhist methods? That would be a blatant act of bullying. With all the Buddhas gathered at one place here currently, Shinyen Buddha, Lord, couldn't very well act as he wanted. Therefore, he simply snorted and said, "Although you cultivate in Buddhism, it was no more than the form itself. You relied heavily on your own natural talent and cultivated Buddhist superpowers in a hurry. Your cultivation was not rooted in the essence of Buddhism at all. I want to see just how far you can go with this." What the Buddha Lord said was true enough. Just because someone had cultivated Buddhist superpowers does not mean that they are Buddhas themselves, said another Buddhist cultivator. Yi Futian clasped his hands together in front of him and nodded serious, saying, "What the Buddha Lord said was quite true. I am just a beginner in cultivating Buddhism, and I can feel the depth and profundity of Buddhism. Even a lifetime may not be enough to become a Buddha in the truest sense. To cultivate in Buddhism is to cultivate one's heart, and I readily admit that I am far from achieving that just yet. In my heart, there is only awe for all Buddhist methods. This world is vast, and countless people had touted themselves as Buddhas. However, how many among them can really truly deserve to be called as such?" "Insolent," someone reprimanded from the sky above, which shocked some of the cultivators who heard it. Obviously, they had heard the impertinence in Yi Futian's remark, and he was quite brazen in the way he spoke to them. What he was really trying to convey was that in a world as vast as this, with countless people calling themselves Buddhas, how many of them could truly be considered Buddhas? In front of him, on this spirit mountain of the Western heaven, there were Buddhas as far as the eyes could see. All of them prided themselves on their status as Buddhas. Weren't they the ones that Yi Futian was referring to? Yi Futian raised his head to look at the person who was giving the lecture and replied, "What I said was consistent with the spirit of the lecture given by the Buddha Lord." What was wrong with that? Shinyen Buddha Lord had claimed that he had merely cultivated superpowers of Buddhism and never really came into contact with the Buddha. What Yi Futian said was simply an extension of what had been said by Shinyen Buddha Lord. The great Buddha, reprimanding him, simply stared at Yi Futian, and he was not the only one. Many other Buddhist cultivators were looking at Yi Futian coldly as well. On this spirit mountain of Western heaven, Yi Futian dared to make such an outrageous statement. It wasn't just one or two people that he offended, but he was referring to all the Buddhas. However, one couldn't really say that what Yi Futian had said was false. If another Buddhist cultivator were to jump out and accuse him, wouldn't it be a confession of sorts, saying that they didn't think they were worthy of the title of Buddha? We have heard that while you were still in the divine prefecture, Benefactor Yi offended various forces there and cultivators from every major world. Therefore, you ended up with nowhere to go. Now that we have personally experienced it, truly seeing is believing, a Buddha said with a smile on his face. His true intention was hard to detect. Ever since I first came to the Western world of Buddhism, I have been plotted against and hunted down to be controlled from the very beginning. Could it be that as soon as I arrived, I had already offended the cultivators of this world? Yi Futian responded, "It is said that there are also Buddhist cultivators among these people. I wonder if this is the reason why all you elders detested me so." "Benefactor, you was overly sensitive about my words," the laughing Buddha said with a smile, but did not continue to say anything more. Yi Futian surveyed the Buddhas around him. Before he came here today, he had already offended some of them. He really didn't care if he offended a few more. However, he needed to leave before the end of the All Buddhas Fest. Of course, if he could meet with the Lord of all Buddhas, that would be another matter entirely. Of course, the most important matter at the moment was still to continue testing their skills in Buddhist methods. Yi Futian continued to move forward with the light of Buddha from the Mahavarakana. He said, "I have just been exposed recently to Buddhism, and my methods are just average. I want to learn from other Buddhist cultivators who have much higher attainment in Buddhism than myself." When Yi Futian spoke, he glanced in the direction where Shinyen Buddha, Lord, was. The implication was evident. Since he had suggested Yi Futian's cultivation in Buddhist methods was lowly and not worthy, Yi Futian meant to goad him into dispatching some accomplished and learned disciples under him for a challenge. Many Buddhist cultivators now looked at Shinyen Arhut. Among the disciples under Shinyen Buddha Lord, Shinyen Arhut was the most outstanding. Yi Futian came to Spirit Mountain today and displayed his extraordinary talents. Although he had only been cultivating the Buddhist methods for several months, he had comprehended a variety of superb Buddhist superpowers, including the Mahavarakana. In many people's eyes, Yi Futian wanted to follow in the steps of Donghuang the Great, which was tantamount to some idiotic dream, nothing more than inviting more shame onto himself. Many, including the likes of Shinyen Arhut, believed that they could easily crush Yi Futian and kick him off Spirit Mountain. But at this moment, they truly sensed a faint hint of threat. Yi Futian really seemed to possess the strength to contend with all the Buddhas in his presence. Chapter 2479 Sweep. Shinyen Arhut did not step forward. In the Western heaven there were many Buddhas, and Shinyen Buddha Lord was one of the Buddhas who stood at the peak of the realm. Shinyen Arhut was the chosen successor of Shinyen Buddha Lord. He represented Shinyen Buddha Lord as his most outstanding disciple. Here on Spirit Mountain, he was also the most prominent Buddha of his generation. He was situated at the top of the upper heavens of Spirit Mountain. His standing was apparent from this. Although Yi Futian already posed a threat to his ability, Yi Futian still had to make his way past many Buddhist cultivators to get here. For now, Shinyan Arhut did not need to act. However, Yi Futian was not bothered with who would attack him. The Mahavairakana battle form still remained. He walked up slowly into the sky. He was not moving fast, but each step he took was stable and firm. It made people feel as though he was as solid and unmovable as a boulder. A Buddhist cultivator stepped forward. He was at the peak of the 9th tier of the Buddhist path. Now, only Buddhist cultivators at this level could contend with Yi Futian in Buddhist doctrine. Right out of the gate, a 9th tier cultivator came to fight him. Among 8th tier Buddhist cultivators, only Arhat level figures had the chance of going against Yi Futian. I wish to experience benefactor Ye's Buddhist doctrine firsthand, said the monk who emerged. He stood in the sky above Yi Futian and was an older Buddhist cultivator. He had immersed himself in the 9th tier of the Buddhist path for many years. He had high attainments in terms of Buddhist doctrine. It was just that he had yet to break through the shackles of the path and experience Buddha's tribulation. Master, please do not hesitate to give me some pointers, replied Yi Futian politely as he placed his palms together. As he said this, the unparalleled golden light of Buddha radiated from the other party's floating figure. The silhouette of a bodhisattva appeared. It was sitting cross-legged on a golden lotus and reciting mantras. Immediately, endless mantras reverberated in the space. It was as though various silhouettes of Buddhas appeared at the same time in the sky. The mantras circled around Yi Futian and echoed throughout the space. In an instant, it enveloped the top of Spirit Mountain. It was a Buddhist spell. Yi Futian instantly sensed this. Not only did he sense it, but he was even brought into a different space. Inside the space, he saw the dazzling silhouettes of golden Buddhas. They appeared divine. Before the Buddhas, a mirror with many images appeared. The images were, surprisingly, of his life. They were all the things that he had done. Most of them showed massacres. For instance, one image was of the death of Lord Six Desires and Great Elder Matin. After they died, the misery faced by their loved ones surfaced. Their fortunes were liquidated and their fates were miserable. Aside from that, all the cultivators killed by Yi Futian across his decades of cultivation also appeared. He even caught a glimpse of the moment they perished, as well as the anguish of their loved ones. These were all illusions. This thought surfaced in Yi Futian's mind. However, he found it difficult to struggle free from this illusion. He still remained in this space. This was no mere illusion, but a fantasy woven by the Buddhist spell. They were real and yet also ethereal. They were all the outcomes of Yi Futian's actions. Behind the images, the Buddhas seemed to be overflowing with compassion and mercy, as though they were advising the viewer to let go of their hatred and resolve. This caused Yi Futian's heart to turn mellow and caused him to reflect on all he had done. He began to doubt his own actions and challenge his own beliefs. Suddenly, an intense sense of realization welled up in Yi Futian's heart. In order to achieve greater cultivation, one must cultivate their own heart. The spell might make him disagree with all that he had done and even deny his former self. If Yi Futian's state of mind were affected by the corrosion of this spell, then his status would surely affect his comprehension of Buddhist doctrine and his future cultivation. This monk harbored ill intentions, or it should be said that this spell was too terrifying. Yi Futian started chanting Vajra spell. A golden ray enveloped his body like a robe, fortifying his state of mind and allowing him to be able to stare directly at the images. Yi Futian, you have claimed countless lives throughout your journey. Your sin is great. You shall reap what you sow. A voice reverberated in Yi Futian's mind, causing even his spiritual soul to tremble. However, Yi Futian managed to stare calmly at the other party. Not only could Vajra spell be used as an attack, but it could also serve to fortify one's state of mind. The journey of a cultivator was destined to be established on the dead bodies of countless other cultivators. This was especially true for someone like Yi Futian, who had come all the way here from the 9 states of the lower worlds. This Buddhist cultivator before him knew nothing of his struggles, so the Buddhist cultivator was not qualified to assume the role of the merciful one and convict him as a great sinner. Was it considered a sin for him to kill Great Elder Matian and Lord Six Desire? At that moment, Yi Futian gained the upper hand in his mental war against the Buddhist spell, allowing him to be even more resolute. There were very few things that Yi Futian regretted in his life. He did everything with a clear conscience. "If there is karma, I am willing to accept the karma for all my actions," said Yi Futian nonchalantly. The flaming golden light of Buddha burst forth from his body. The light of Mahavarakana was dazzling. Then a terrifying palm of Mahavarakana charged out and immediately shattered the images and reduced them to dust. The palm of Mahavarakana lit up the space. It crashed into the other party's body. The outcome was the same as before. His opponent was immediately injured and spat out fresh blood. Bang! Yi Futian did not stop moving at all and continued to advance. His footsteps were firm, as though his faith was even more resolute at this moment. No one could stop him. Amitabha, another Buddha, stepped forward. The light of Buddha radiated, and he unleashed his Buddhist battle form, causing the figure of an ancient Buddha to appear. Yi Futian looked up. This time, he did not bother making any small talk. He immediately sent a palm of Mahavarakana crashing forward and smashing the space. It charged straight towards the Buddhist cultivator and did not give the other party any opportunity to unleash any Buddhist doctrine. Since they were comparing their Buddhist doctrine, these Buddhas should first display an ability on par with Yi Futian's to qualify to have a conversation with him. Otherwise, if they took their sweet time, how long would he need to reach the very top and meet the Lord of all Buddhas? Rumble. A loud sound could be heard again. After experiencing the Buddhist spell and doubting himself, he was actually even stronger now. It was as though he had undergone a true metamorphosis and become Mahavarakana. As his palm strike descended, no Buddha could stand in his way. The scene before them shocked the various Buddhas. The various Buddhas in the sky stared at the silhouette. Aside from the sound of Yi Futian's attacks and his footsteps, the spirit mountain of Western Heaven, where various Buddhas gathered, actually became eerily quiet as they watched Yi Futian advancing step by step. One by one, the Buddhist cultivators fell before Yi Futian. It was as though there was no Buddha who could block Yi Futian's path. Yi Futian managed to conquer many stages with only the palm of Mahavarakana and Vajra spell. A few hours later, Yi Futian had almost arrived at the peak of Spirit Mountain. Only the last few stages were left. Even the few arhats that he had met were sitting above his current stage. He was close to reaching them. These arhats would most likely attack him now. The various arhats and Buddha lords witnessed how Yi Futian made his way towards them step by step. They felt as though they were seeing another Dong Huang the Great a few centuries later. Chapter 2480 Space Battle Form. There were countless Buddhas gathering at Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven. Among them were many ancient Buddhas who had years of experience. They were present when Dong Huang the Great visited Spirit Mountain a few centuries ago. Even up until now, the scene remained fresh in their memories. Yi Futian was somewhat different from Dong Huang the Great. The Buddhas who had experienced what happened in the past were well aware of this. In the past, even before Dong Huang the Great set foot in the world of Buddhism, he actually had read countless Buddhist scriptures and had cultivated the Buddhist path. Exactly because of his involvement in Buddhism, Donghuang the Great came to Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven with the intention of seeking the Buddhist path from the Lord of all Buddhas. When Donghuang the Great came to seek pointers from Spirit Mountain, his performance was even more stunning than Yi Futian's. Not only did he fight and defeat the Buddhas using Buddhist superpowers, but he also debated with them. His comprehension of Buddhist doctrine was on par with that of many senior Buddhas. Therefore, Donghuang the Great could be considered a true, unprecedented genius. His abilities were unrivaled. Many senior Buddhas felt ashamed of their shortcomings when faced with him. Not only was Donghuang the Great well-versed in all kinds of Buddhist doctrine, but he also had a profound understanding of them. This caused many Buddhas who were on Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven back then felt disgraced. Because of that, the Buddhas on Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven were divided into two factions based on their opinion of Donghuang the Great. Some of them were resentful of him because he had embarrassed them, while some of them respected and admired him. The Buddhas could still remember when the Lord of all Buddhas revealed himself and met Donghuang the Great. The first question Donghuang the Great had for him was, what was his view of the world now that he had proven his way as Bodhi? It was apparent from this that Donghuang the Great already had great ambition back then. In terms of cultivation, Yi Futian now could not compare with Donghuang the Great centuries ago. They weren't even on the same level. However, the various Buddhas felt they were seeing another Donghuang the Great because there was something different about Yi Futian, just like Donghuang the Great. Yi Futian had just come in contact with the Buddhist path and joined a Buddhist sect for mere months. In such a short span of time, he had comprehended Buddhist doctrine and used Buddhist superpowers to defeat various Buddhas, dominating the battles as he advanced to the top level of Spirit Mountain. The various Buddhas saw the image of Donghuang the Great in him. Of course, there was also another area where Yi Futian and Donghuang the Great were similar. When Donghuang the Great previously came to Spirit Mountain, no one could get a read on him, even when using Buddhist superpowers. Now, it was also the same for Yi Futian. Clairvoyants could not pry into everything in his mind. They couldn't see through to his past or future. This made the various Buddhas feel as though these two individuals were men of destiny. They were born extraordinary and were destined for exceptional achievements. That was why clairvoyance bore no results. The various Buddha lords all wanted to get a read on Yi Futian. However, the result was always the same, just like with Donghuang the Great back then. Yi Futian did not know what the various Buddhas were thinking. He continued advancing upwards. Shinyan Buddha, Lord, was staring at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had actually made his way up here. Centuries ago, Donghuang the Great had already done this once before. Now, if they allowed Yi Futian to repeat the feat, the various Buddhas of Western Heaven would be disgraced. Right then, Shinyan Arhut stood up. The light of Buddha circled around him, and immediately the gazes of the various Buddhas turned towards him. Was he finally making his move? Right now, unless Shinyan Arhut stepped forward, it was possible that no one could suppress Yi Futian. Tongchan Arhut was also present. He was at the same level as the Shinyan Arhut. He looked down below. His enchanting gaze seemed to reveal a faint smile. When Yi Futian first arrived in Western Heaven, the various Buddhist cultivators all knew of his arrival. Tongchan Arhut had personally gone to meet Yi Futian. He never thought that Yi Futian was far more talented than they had imagined. Not only had Yi Futian stirred up a storm in 6 Desires Heaven, but he had now single-handedly fought his way up Spirit Mountain. He wanted to imitate Donghuang the Great's feat and defeat the various Buddhas. Now the Arhats had no choice but to meet Yi Futian head-on. Shinyan Arhut floated above Yi Futian. His pupils were terrifying as they emitted golden light of Buddha. Yi Futian's manner was equally imposing and not at all inferior to his. With the aid of Mahavarakana, Yi Futian managed to defeat all the Buddhist cultivators along the way and had arrived at this stage. "Please give me some pointers," Yi Futian said politely. Xinyan, our Hut, placed his palms together and replied, "Likewise." Although both sides bore animosity for each other, their conversation sounded amiable. However, once they finished their verbal exchange, the palm of Mahavarakana immediately charged forward and crushed the space. Intense rumbling could be heard as it lunged towards Xinyan Arhot. Xinyan Arhot's body still floated in midair and had not moved an inch. His light of Buddha shone brilliantly, and a gigantic illusory figure of Buddha appeared. It then transformed into an enormous, ancient golden Buddha. At this very instant, it was as though all the powers in the heavens and earth were under the control of Xinyan Arhat. With his body at the center, a gigantic and boundless illusory figure of Buddha appeared on Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven. Even Yi Futian was enveloped within this illusory Buddha. In reality, the entire Spirit Mountain was encompassed within it. However, the cultivators could not see the illusory Buddha figure with their naked eyes since they were within it. They could only detect it with their senses. If they leaped up into the high heavens and looked down below, then only could they see the gigantic illusory Buddha figure. The palm of Mahavarakana struck the golden shield around Xinyan Arhot's body. However, this time, unlike before, neither the golden shield shattered, nor was the cultivator hurt. This time, the golden body of Xinyan Arhot remained sturdy. No cracks appeared on it. It merely shook. On top of that, the space and the entire Spirit Mountain trembled violently. It was seemingly caused by the gigantic illusory Buddha. The gigantic Buddha was shaking. It was a battle form. When Yi Futian saw this scene, he knew his opponent had similarly coalesced a powerful battle form. He raised his head and looked at it. His will scanned the gigantic illusory Buddha that enveloped the space. From the looks of it, figures at the Arhot level were indeed extraordinary. The previous cultivators could not be compared to them. "It is the space battle form," a Buddha commented. Xinyan Arhot cultivated the space battle form. When in battle, he is one with space. It is his to use and under his absolute control. Although Yi Futian cultivated the Mahavarakana battle form, he may be suppressed, a Buddha added. Xinyan Arhat had cultivated Buddhist superpowers for many years. He had always been comprehending the space battle form and had cultivated it to a high level. His cultivation plane was also higher than that of Yi Futian. It was possible that he could use this battle form to suppress Yi Futian's Mahavarakana battle form. Right at this moment, Yi Futian suddenly sensed an overbearing pressure acting on him, pinning him to his spot. He could hardly move. It was as though the entire space was pressing against him and locking him to his spot. This sensation was identical to that of the binding technique he experienced before. However, the pressure acting on Yi Futian now was even more powerful than that of the binding technique. The space seemed to be under Xinyan Arhat's absolute control. With a mere thought of his opponent, Yi Futian was trapped within the space. Rumble. From the Mahavarakana battle form, golden light of Buddha radiated outwards and lit up the space. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. The Mahavarakana battle form was shaking, attempting to free itself from the binding technique by expanding. If he were bound to one spot, he would be at the mercy of his opponent. Humph! Yi Futian heard a cold snort. This snort was from Xinyan Arhat. He glanced at the figure who was bound by his binding technique. It wouldn't be that easy to break free. He would not give Yi Futian the opportunity. Chapter 2481. A Taste of One's Own Medicine. The light of Buddha from Xinyan Arhot's figure filled the sky. He had a stern expression. He placed his palms together and faced Yi Futian. He closed his eyes, and a heavenly eye appeared on his third eye. In an instant, within the space that was enveloped by the gigantic Buddha, other Buddhas appeared. Tens of thousands of ancient Buddhas filled the sky. They all remained in the same pose, wielding golden divine swords forged from the light of Buddha. They were actually wielding the Juxia swords used by the previous Buddhist cultivator who had battled Yi Futian. The immobilization technique and Juxia sword were previously used against Yi Futian by members of their sect. However, Yi Futian had used the Vajra spell, as well as the palm of Mahavarakana, to negate these techniques. Now, Shinyan Arhat unleashed these two techniques again. His techniques were clearly more powerful than the previous cultivator. He was using the space battle form to power up the immobilization technique and relying on the power of the various Buddhas to unleash the might of the Juxia swords. Each Buddha had special Buddha seals. Their sharp swords were pointed towards Yi Futian. A faint murderous intent emanated from them. Shinyan Buddha, Lord's line of Buddhist cultivators, originally maintained the order in the world of Buddhism. They were naturally in charge of dealing judgment to perpetrators. There seemed to be more to their Juxia swords than met the eye. The various Buddhas charged forward with their Juxia swords enhanced with Buddhist doctrine. The space was immediately shattered, seeming as though it would be ripped apart. "He is unraveling the space," someone commented. Witnessing the might of the Juxia swords, the expressions of the various Buddhas were stern. Once one cultivated Buddhist doctrine to the utmost limit, it was rumored that one could detach themselves from all things, even space and time. Shinyan Arhat cultivated the space battle form and had absolute control over this space. Right now, he directed the Juxia sword, attempting to unravel the space. If this continued, Yi Futian's body would also disintegrate. This technique was extremely overbearing. As Shinyan Arhat attacked and defended, he unleashed 4 Buddhist superpowers. His ability was indeed extremely powerful. The Juxia sword unraveled the space and charged straight towards Yi Futian's coalesced battle form. From the Mahavarakana battle form, the light of Buddha radiated outwards. Although Yi Futian was bound, the might of the battle form was still very powerful. The sound of Buddha circled the battle form. As Yi Futian chanted the Vajra spell, countless runes flowed around him. It was as though it enhanced the Mahavarakana battle form, making it indestructible. Swoosh! The Juxia swords came crashing towards the Mahavarakana battle form. The terrifying attack caused cracks to appear on it. It seemed as though it was about to shatter. When they saw this scene, the various Buddhas felt a sense of relief. It seemed that although Yi Futian was strong, he still could not withstand the might of Shinyan Arhat, who had similarly cultivated a powerful battle form. After all, there was still a gap between their cultivation planes. Even if Yi Futian was defeated, it was to be expected. After all, Buddhist doctrine was an ability that he had recently cultivated for several months. If Yi Futian could use all his original abilities in this battle, he might be more powerful. In terms of Buddhist doctrine, even though Yi Futian had extraordinary talent, it was still difficult for him to surpass Shinyan Arhat. This battle was about to end. Shinyan Arhat's attack was also extremely dangerous. If he was not careful and Yi Futian could not withstand his attack, Yi Futian might be heavily injured or even have his body of Wei crippled. It was obvious that Shinyan Arhat bore animosity towards Yi Futian. He would not hold back. If anything actually happened, he would not show mercy. More and more cracks appeared on Yi Futian's battle form. The various Buddhas unleashed their Juxia swords at the same time. It was difficult, even for the golden Mahavarakana battle form, to withstand such an attack. It began to shatter and break apart. Shinyan Arhat's eyes were tightly shut, and his palms were together as he unleashed his powerful Buddhist superpowers. He did not look at Yi Futian, but he could sense everything that was happening. The corners of his mouth curled slightly into a smile, which was cold and sinister. However, Yi Futian stood there unshaken. His palms were still together as he chanted the sound of Buddha. The sound of Buddha circled around him. As the destructive Jushya swords came charging down, the gigantic Mahavajrana battle form shattered into countless pieces. Under the besiegement of the Jushya swords, it was decimated. The destructive attack was about to strike Yi Futian. The various Buddhas kept staring in his direction. Would Yi Futian's figure be decimated as well? Under the watchful gazes of the various Buddhas, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by the light of Buddha. It was as though another battle form appeared. Just as the Jushya swords came crashing towards him, Yi Futian's body seemed to become ethereal. When the attack landed, cracks appeared in the space. However, Yi Futian was still there. He did not seem to be in the same space as the destructive power of the Jushya swords, but rather in a parallel space. This bizarre scene caused the various Buddhas to reveal strange expressions. The Jushya sword attack landed, but did not touch Yi Futian's body. Instead, the swords immediately shattered. How did Yi Futian pull this off? It is the void battle form, someone exclaimed. A Buddha said, who would have thought that he managed to cultivate 3 battle forms, the Akalanatha battle form, the Mahavajrana battle form, and the void battle form. The void battle form was another name for the space battle form. In actuality, they were the same Buddhist technique. Shinyan Arhut used the power of the void battle form to deal with Yi Futian. Yi Futian used the same battle form to evade. Despite this, both of them unleashed different abilities of the battle form. This space battle form was a powerful application of the power of the great path of space by the Buddhist sections. Yi Futian was proficient in the path of space and had also cultivated the miniature world. Hence, he had managed to cultivate the void battle form. A Buddha lamented, compared to Dong Huang the Great of the past, Yi Futian has spent less time cultivating Buddhist doctrine. However, he is also proficient in various Buddhist doctrines. These 3 battle forms are all difficult ones to cultivate, and he has actually mastered them. If he is given more time, he will most likely be as impressive as Dong Huang the Great of the past, capable of mastering all kinds of Buddhist doctrines. Just as he was commenting, silhouettes of various Buddhas appeared on the battlefield. Each and every Buddha seemed to be formed with Yi Futian as the original. This was yet another application of the void battle form. Before this, Shinyan Arhut used the same technique to unleash the Jushya swords simultaneously. All the divine swords charged out at the same time. Yi Futian appeared to be mimicking Shinyan Arhut's move and the superpower he cultivated. Besides that, Yi Futian was no longer restrained by the spatial power. The Buddhas opened their mouths at the same time. Suddenly, raging roars filled the sky. Dragons and elephants could be faintly seen up above. When all the Buddhas shouted at the same time, their voices reverberated in space. The vast space seemed to turn into a sea with churning waves. The dragons and the elephants stirred up gigantic waves and destroyed everything around, forming a terrifying illusion. Shinyan Arhut appeared exceptionally tiny amidst the illusion. The Buddhas had been angered. This was their wrathful roar. The Buddhas summoned by Shinyan Arhut exploded in the sea and crumbled into dust right away. Even the gigantic illusory figure of Buddha, which enveloped the entire space, shook violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. The battle form of Shinyan Arhut became unstable as his spiritual soul trembled. He had yet to regain his composure from his surprise at Yi Futian cultivating the void battle form when an extremely overbearing Buddhist musical attack technique followed. Yi Futian's attack also did not seem to stop. The various Buddhas in the sky were still forming Buddhist divine seals. A majestic and vast power of Buddha pressed down on the space. Right now, Shinyan Arhut felt an intense sense of danger. Chapter 2482 Suppression Rumble. Faced with a wrathful Buddhist roar, the Buddhas summoned by Shinyan Arhut shattered and were chipped away. The gigantic battle form shook as though it would crack into pieces at any given moment. The spiritual soul of Shinyan Arhut trembled as well. Aside from the raging roar, scorching suns appeared in the sky. The suns were hot and of utmost yang, capable of melting everything in the world. At the same time, their power was extremely overbearing. "They are all Mahavarokanas," someone exclaimed. All the Buddhist cultivators witnessed how the Buddhas, summoned by Yi Futian, transformed into Mahavarokanas. They unleashed the palms of Mahavarakana at the same time, intending to crush everything in this part of the space. It was the dual battle form. The Buddhist cultivators felt their hearts tremble as they stared in the direction where Yi Futian was. It was hard for them to stay calm. This dual battle form did not refer to Yi Futian cultivating two battle forms, but instead him combining two battle forms and unleashing them at the same time. Yi Futian initially unleashed the void battle form. Right now, he used the void battle form to summon various Buddhas, and they became Mahavarokanas. The two battle forms layered over each other as they attacked together. Their might was astonishing. In the sky above, the Mahavarokanas were no longer bound by space. Palms of Mahavarakana came pressing down at the same time, crashing down towards Shinyan Arhut below. They were overbearing. Shinyan Arhut placed his palms together, and the light of Buddha shone from his figure. The gigantic ancient Buddha that enveloped Spirit Mountain immediately shone with golden light. It seemed to be forming a physical presence. The space within this ancient Buddha seemed to be solidifying. The palms of Mahavarakana slowed down as they faced resistance. At the same time, many arms extended from the ancient Buddha behind Shinyan Arhut. All the arms unleashed void palms simultaneously to clash head-on with the incoming palms of Mahavarakana. Terrifying collision sounds reverberated throughout the space. The light of Buddha burst forth. Without exception, the void palms crumbled when faced with the palms of Mahavarakana. All the void palms shattered into pieces as the palms of Mahavarakana continued to charge forward and head straight towards Shinyan Arhut. Boom! 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 Menacing attacks cleared the space as they crashed towards Shinyan Arhut. However, right at this moment, beams of light of Buddha shot out into different locations. The area where Shinyan Arhut was reduced to dust under the attack of the palms of Mahavarakana. The flesh of Shinyan Arhut seemed to have been destroyed by it as well. However, the next moment, many figures of Shinyan Arhut popped up in different locations. They seemed to be his clones. Clearly, Shinyan Arhut was not injured by Yi Futian's attack. "Void battle form against void battle form," exclaimed the various Buddhas. Their hearts were slightly stirred when they saw the scene. The user of the void battle form seemed omnipresent. Before this, Shinyan Arhut was not able to land an attack on Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian's palms of Mahavarakana similarly could not hit Shinyan Arhut. The two of them seemed to have reached a stalemate. It was apparent that Shinyan Arhut was more powerful than the opponents that Yi Futian had encountered before. In the previous battles, once Yi Futian's powerful Buddhist superpowers were unleashed, he could crush his opponent. However, this time, even as the power of the dual battle form burst forth, he could not take down Shinyan Arhut. Both of them were proficient in Buddhist superpowers and had powerful battle forms. Hence, such a situation had occurred. However, although this battle was short up to this point, the various Buddhas could tell that Yi Futian's comprehension of Buddhist doctrine was not inferior to Shinyan Arhut's own. His combat ability was similarly not weaker than that of the latter. Even with Shinyan Arhut's cultivation plane being higher than his, Yi Futian could still put up a fight. This made it apparent how outstanding Yi Futian was. This meant that if they were both on the same plane, Shinyan Arhut would have faced a crushing defeat. When Yi Futian sensed this, his heart was calm. He placed his palms together as the sound of Buddha circled around him. The sound of Buddha reverberated in the entire space. Gradually, a gigantic Buddha also appeared. It seemed to be seizing control of the space from the gigantic Buddha summoned by Shinyan Arhut. Besides that, the gigantic Buddha summoned by Yi Futian was accompanied by the sound of Buddha. The sound of Buddha contained a terrifying divine power that caused Shinyan Arhut's battle forms to tremble. This person can cultivate so many Buddhist doctrines simultaneously because his body was originally proficient in various powers of the Great Path, such as flame, space, and sound, a Buddha exclaimed. The various Buddhas all nodded their heads slightly. Someone said, "He is indeed a rare genius. He is comparable to Dong Huang the Great of the past." A senior Buddha refuted, "It's too high a praise to compare him with Dong Huang the Great. Dong Huang the Great had an unparalleled temperament, and he stood head and shoulders above the others of his generation. Aside from Emperor Yi Qing, he was uncontended. The Lord of all Buddhas praised him, and he soon reached the emperor level after that. He united the divine prefecture, and he has been unrivaled for centuries. If we want to pick someone who is on par with Dong Huang the Great, the person has to be the devil emperor of the devil world, who has earned his fame preceding Dong Huang the Great." Another Buddhist cultivator said, "I think that Yi Futian is not any weaker than Dong Huang the Great of the past. If Dong Huang the Great was here, he might not have done any better than Yi Futian. Nevertheless, both of them are top geniuses. Dong Huang the Great of the past was also proficient in various law powers. He was also well versed in Buddhist doctrine. Taking this point into consideration, that famous figure of the devil world is indeed the only one who is comparable to Dong Huang the Great." The speaker equated Dong Huang the Great with the devil emperor. The two of them were similar. They were both proficient in various law powers. Back then, the devil emperor created various powerful demonic arts. Each and every one of them was overbearing. He defeated all the others of his generation and ended the chaotic era in the devil world. "Shinyan Arhut will most likely lose," someone commented as they looked toward the battlefield. The two gigantic battle forms were engaged in battle. However, as Yi Futian unleashed his battle form, he was also unleashing the wrathful Buddhist roar and the demon-slaying cries of dragons and elephants. Rumor has it that these two techniques were Buddhist doctrine created by an ancient Buddha when he was suppressing the turmoil in hell. When cultivated to their extremes, these two techniques would allow the cultivator to dominate hell. Rumble. Terrifying sounds could be heard. The various Buddhas looked up into the sky. They were all enveloped within the two gigantic Buddhas. These two gigantic Buddhas were battling to seize control over the space. Right now, the one summoned by Yi Futian had seized the upper hand and consumed the one summoned by Shinyan Arhut. At the same time on the battlefield, Shinyan Arhut's various clones were under constant, heavy bombardment. Shinyan Arhut's expression had already changed. The sound of intense tremors could be heard. His battle form was broken. In the sky above, blinding sunlight burst forth. From the heavens, a gigantic Buddha palm reached down below. It seemed to be the palm of the true Mahavarakana. This gigantic palm of Mahavarakana came bearing down. The remaining clones of Shinyan Arhut turned to dust. Shinyan Arhut's true body appeared. As he looked at the palm of Mahavarakana crashing down on him, his expression turned ugly. He raised both his hands, and the light of Buddha shone from him. He became an ancient Buddha that attempted to hold up the sky. Bang! The palm of Mahavarakana came crashing down and slammed Shinyan Arhut's figure to the ground. He was pushed underground. The terrifying aftershocks shook Spirit Mountain, sending dust flying into the air. On the surface, a gigantic palm print was left behind. The earth in the gigantic palm print appeared scorched. Shinyan Arhut was buried deep within the ground. He kept throwing up fresh blood, and his face was pale